really good to have somebody. No, I understand.
But we will talk about respect, okay? So, racing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Slovakia Ring and the 2023 Saudi World Series International Finals. And it's lights a green, we're off and racing. Here we go. 3 wide, 4 wide into turn number 1. We are getting set to crown the World Rental Kart Champions. 360 drivers from 50 nations are set to compete at this challenging 1200 metre circuit in equal equipment where driver talent will shine through. Great move! What a pass! The tension is reaching boiling point. It has been a dominant drive. And yellow flags are out. Drivers have to slow down. No overtaking. Red flags on the track. The race is being stopped. The tension is mounting. Here comes the line. Green flags are out again. We're back underway. Support your endurance podium. What a fantastic race.
We are moving to Belgium. Genk.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are looking at Karting Genk from the skies. This 1,360 metre circuit in Belgium has been graced by a who's who in the world of motorsport. 42 years. This has been the home of Belgian kart racing, and you can see why on your screens now. But today it is all about the drivers in the Saudi World Series international finals. Gert's Team Rots, the crowd are ready, the staff are ready, Sodicat are ready, and we are ready.
Is ready. We are here, and drivers are proceeding to the starting grid to the first final of this event, so the World Series International Finals, and we are ready to begin the finals.
Yes, indeed. Now, each race will be 16 minutes plus 1 lap in length. Double points available. The person who wins the final may not be the overall champion. The points are gained over the course of 3 heats, a super heat, and this next race. But first up, it is the Kids Kart Cup. Here is your starting lineup. Pole position from Poland, Lukasz Dzierżycki, and on the outside of row number 1, Viktor Nikolov from Bulgaria.
From the second row on the grid, Peter Fabry and Marcel Piastczak.
Mark Beltran and Max Piatczak go from row number 3.
Followed by Juraj Mikosz and Alice Cox.
Rounding out the top 10, Alessio Zacce and Timothy Kushneruk.
From row number 6, Celia Desault and Jude Padfoot.
Then it is Maximilian Sovic and Koko Sugawara.
And after Sugawara, the next Japanese driver, Takeru Nakamura and Roman Curtis.
Vladimir Bruno and Agaliki Nusapulo start next.
On the 10th row on the grid, Franjo Toncic and Enzo Bisceglia.
Filip Volsky and Milik Karlstrom are on the next row.
Then comes Jade Wilson and Rusei Takagi.
Kazuki Yamada and Roger Dionisio are on the following row.
And then Anastasios Pavlidis, George Badr, Samuel Erdelt and Sam Nygren.
A quick reminder, last year Maximilian Sovic was your champion with Marcel Piatczak second, and also Lukasz Dzierżycki finishing 9th last year. In the points, we have Dzierżycki on 137, Viktor Nikolov on 129, Fabry 117, Piasek 114, Beltran and Max Piatek on 99 points.
So it is for Lukasz Dzierżycki. Just stay out of trouble and you will take the win.
Double points available, however, which means the gaps between first and second in points are bigger than ever. The drivers set themselves up. The skies are grey, but the track is dry, and the first of 8 finals due to begin any moment. Race director Manuel Branco moves to the side of the circuit after giving his final instructions, and we're about to get underway.
We are ready to race. Green flag goes down here in Genk. Great start for 4th place to Marcel Piasczak. He's going through. Lukasz Dzierżycki holding his lead from P1, now joined by Marcel Piasczak and 2 Polish drivers together going through the turn 1.
Good start from Piasczak there, cutting across the front of Nikolov, who slots into 3rd position now in the blue race suit. Behind them, everybody else going through cleanly. Fabre, Beltran, Piatek, Mikosz, Cox, Zacci, Kushneruk, Desaud, Puddyfoot, and the rest. And I want to apologise. I know it's not Puddlefoot, it's Puddyfoot. So Jude the Duck is his nickname, and Duck is up into the top 10.
Was that team strategy? Is that the best cushion behind Lukasz Jerzewski? His compatriot now started great and driving second. Will they fight or will they help each other to get on the podium?
At the back of the field, a spin for Anastasios Pavlidis, the Greek driver, drops to the back of the pack, but up front it is the white crash helmet and the black race suit of Poland's Lukasz Jerzewski, who has the race lead with the red crash helmet. He's got the big Venom-style teeth on the front of it. Marcel Piatek tucking down as they complete lap number 1, and the two Polish drivers pulling away.
They already have half a second advantage over third placed Viktor Nikolov. Great start for Marcel Piatek. Now he is behind Lukasz Jerzewski, and that could give Lukasz Jerzewski first crown here in Saudi World Series.
Well, Jerzewski driving a little bit defensively up the straight towards turn number 3. Piatek didn't want to make a move. Maybe he's helping his countryman out, although Piatek would finish third overall in the points. Viktor Nikolov holds second in points at the moment. He's third on the road, and he's got help from Max Piatek behind.
Maybe they have to share the flight home, so they have to cooperate on the track now.
Yes, they do, through the button chicane.
And he goes through, fight with the leaders. Marcel Piatek is not waiting anymore, and before the 180 degrees corner, now they have swapped the places. Still two Polish drivers leading. Still, it could give Lukasz Jerzewski overall win.
Viktor Nikolov hasn't competed in this event for the last 2 years. He looks to the inside, side by side for the race lead. Going into turn number 10, Jerzewski comes out in front. Piatek on the outside, Nikolov on the inside, and 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers, including Fabry, Beltran and Mikosz, are all there.
Both Poles fighting for the lead now, and there is a crash for Marcel Piatek. He is left between the first and second corners. Now he is falling down the order. First 10 cars, 15 cars going past, and he is out of contention.
Game over for Piatek. Now Viktor Nikolov, as he did in the superheat, gets onto the rear bumper of Lukasz Jerzewski. Nikolov spent the whole race sitting behind Jerzewski until the very last lap before he overtook him.
Now they are back on track together. Lukasz Jerzewski is still leading after his compatriot is further way down. There was no cooperation between two Poles. They started to fight already on second lap of the race.
For very briefly, it was an all-Polish top 3. That has now been broken. We'll see how far back Piatek falls in the point standings. We have a lead group of 5 heading down towards turn number 10 now. There they go. Then a big gap back to the 6th place entry. They cross the line. It's Jerzewski, Nikolov, Mikosz, Piatek, Kushniruk and Fabry. Then it is Ellis Cox, Celia Dusord, Sovic, Bruno, Beltran, Pudderfoot, Zachi and Sugawara.
And Marcel Piatek is down to P18.
Down to P18 as things stand. Jerzewski has 212 points. Nikolov has 194. Fabry, who runs in 6th position, would complete the podium with 171 points. Piatek down to 4th place with that one spin.
So Lukasz Jerzewski now has to stay in top 3 to maintain his lead in overall standings, counting heat, superheat and final together. But he is leading the race with 4 cars right behind him in one row, approaching clubhouse corner. Jerzewski, Nikolov, Mikosz and Piatek. Then the bigger gap till Timofey Kushniruk.
So now Viktor Nikolov needs to get several carts between himself and Lukasz Jerzewski. It's not good enough just for Nikolov to pass Jerzewski and win the race on the road with Jerzewski finishing second. That would still give Jerzewski the title.
He needs a train behind him, and
he
then
needs
with
a
the train go past Jerzewski. That's his only hope.
As you look, Jerzewski driving right down the centre of the main straight, not taking the racing line. He's backing the field up, and that could turn round and bite him on the rear end, because there are now 5 karts nose to tail.
And driving fast, he's risking that Nikolov will take inside line and overtake him. Driving defensive, driving slow, he's risking there will be a bunch of cars overtaking him and losing even a top 5 position.
Yeah, because of course if Jerzewski allows one driver to get to the inside, then very quickly Mikosz, Piatek and Kushniruk would all charge through as well. Kushniruk is currently 9th in points. Celia Dussaud running 8th on the road. She would finish inside the top 10 overall. But here we go. The lead 5 karts come through Clubhouse Corner, past the podium, where 3 of these drivers will stand later on today. Down towards turn number 10. Nobody wants to make a move yet. And because the front group are working together, everyone else is starting to fade away. Peter Fabry is 2 seconds behind the lead group in 6th, with Dussaud 7th. Reigning champion Maximilian Sovic is 8th. His title reign is about to be over. Ellis Cox 9th and Sugawara, and the Duck is up to P11.
Nikolov following closely, Lapina in the turn number 4. They're out to Europaland straight. 5 from the leading pilots in a 1 train going through the straight. Jerzewski leading, Nikolov still staying behind without trying to overtake him. There is 5 leading cars together now through the button S's. Into the midfield sector. Will someone try to move? Will someone try to overtake? We have had a 16 minutes race. Now there is only 8 minutes left. We are almost halfway through this race, through the final, through the first final here in Saudi World Series.
Through turn Clubhouse Corner into turn number 9. Jerzewski opens up a tiny bit of clear air between himself and Nikolov, although the slipstream effect, which we're about to see on the main straight as they complete another lap, will come back into play.
Nikolov is not tucking in. He's sitting straight. He knows he has 3 cars behind him which are pushing him forward. He does not need to tuck.
Exactly. I mean, I can't believe that Nikolov is not making the move. He's got to try and root Jerzewski out of the way somehow, and then hope that Jerzewski, I mean, he's got to get a couple of cars. Nikolov can still win the entire championship, but he can't win it if he wins and Jerzewski feels second. Now Nikolov looks over his shoulder to see how many rivals he's got. He's got 3 rivals between him. If he could just get to the inside and ease Jerzewski wide and let Mikosz, Piatek and Kushniruk through, that would be enough.
They are coming to Clubhouse Corner on the train of 5 cars trying to run away. Lukas Jerzewski, but unsuccessful. There are slipstreaming 4 go-karts right behind him. When the Nikolov will try to move, he does not need to overtake Jerzewski going into the corner. It is enough for him to go inside, and then the train of 3 more go-karts will be there.
Here we go once again. Jerzewski hugging the inside line down the start-finish straight into turn number 1. Nobody making a move. It is single file, inches apart in the kids category. Now into turn number 2, still no one makes the move. White line fever is alive and well here at the front of the kids group, because Jerzewski is defending every single corner. His rivals, Nikolov, is going to have to start getting creative as we move into the final 6 minutes of this race.
Lukas Jerzewski still testing the patience of Viktor Nikolov. Viktor Nikolov has to go inside of Jerzewski. If he tries to overtake on the outside, he will lose the second place. There are still 3 other go-karts right behind. There is no way for Nikolov to try to overtake Jerzewski on the outside. The inside should seem like the only way. What can he do now? Some fast lines from Lukas Jerzyrski. He is leading. 5.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap into the final corner. Jerzyrski leading, Nikolov close behind, and all top drivers, Mikoš, Piatek and Kushniruk, out on the starting straight again. A few meters gaining Lukas Jerzyrski during the lap, and it is lost at each long straight. Now into the first corner, the train comes again.
All 30 drivers still running. Filip Volsky has had a spin and has dropped to last position. And Anastasios Pavlidis, the other driver that has spun, is down in 29th position. Milik Karlstrom with a time penalty, the Swedish driver, sadly, he is down into 26th position. But it is Jerzyrski from Nikolov, from Mikoš, who is now falling away a little bit. This is bad news for Viktor Nikolov. He is losing his help from behind.
The help was fighting at the beginning of this lap during the first corner. Kushniruk overtaking Max Piatek and now driving fourth. Piatek down to 50. Juraj Mikoš still in third, but losing a little bit ground to Lukas, to Jerzyrski and Nikolov. They are coming into the clubhouse. We are following closely those 5 go-karts. Now from the outside line goes Lukas Jerzyrski. He is managing to pull away through the corners, and then everything is lost again on the starting straight.
In the point standings, Jerzyrski has 212, Nikolov 194, Peter Fabry, who runs 6th on the road, not in this lead group, has 171. Then it's Marcel Piasiak, who had that spin earlier on and is trapped down in, let's have a look, where is Piasiak? He is 18th. He would still finish 4th in the point standings, ahead of Max Piatek, but only by a point. Then it's Juraj Mikoš, Timothy Kushniruk, Ellis Cox will be 8th in points, Mark Beltran 9th, and Maximilian Sobic would round out the top 10 in the final order. That's the championship, but this is the race, and Lukas Jerzyrski is just doing enough and pulling away.
Not yet, and every straight the train is coming back onto him. He's very fast through the corners, unable to pull away a little bit from Viktor Nikolov. Now they are in a 180 degrees corner going through the midfield section. Jerzyrski leading, Nikolov second. The train is back again. Piatek and Kushniruk following closely. We have less than 3 minutes and 1 lap to go, approaching final corner. What will Nikolov do? He has 2 go-karts now right behind him. If he moves inside, he can push Jerzyrski further out. If they are fighting only 2 of them, then Jerzyrski, it is enough for him to finish second and even third to take the overall win. So Nikolov needs someone else to overtake Jerzyrski with him.
Yes, now maybe I'm doing Viktor Nikolov a disservice here. Maybe he is waiting and to pounce on Jerzyrski at a time when Jerzyrski won't have an opportunity to fight back. So here we go. Now Nikolov looks to the inside. Mikoš is pushing the Bulgarian driver, but Jerzyrski defends again. Its business is starting to pick up amongst the top 5. Poland leads Bulgaria, leads Slovakia, leads Poland, leads Ukraine.
In the midfield section again, Lukas Jerzyrski leading. Nikolov tried to cut his line in the 4th corner with unsuccessful move on the straight. Now he's behind Jerzyrski again, going through clubhouse, through last corners of this lap. 1.5 minutes left in the timing, so 3 laps till the finish. Jerzyrski leading, Nikolov following closely, Mikoš, Piatek and Kushniruk still 5 leading cars through the starting straight. Very defensive drive from Lukas Jerzyrski. He knows he cannot afford to lose a position. There are a train of go-karts behind him from the middle of the track inside 2nd corner, keeping the middle of the track through the 2nd corner, in the middle of the track entering the 3rd, and that robs him of the speed before the corner number 4. There goes outside Nikolov, cutting the line and trying go inside on the straight, but still Lukas Jerzyrski manages to hold his lead, and now Viktor Nikolov is the one who is losing the speed.
Jerzyrski has just defended the entire race, and The tactics are the tactics, but Nikolov has got to try and do something now without making any form of contact. Max Sovic in 7th place has set the fastest lap of the race. A win is enough for Nikolov, apparently. I thought there was 10. Well, of course there might be. Let's have a little look. I could be wrong. Nikolov might just need to pass Jarzynski. A win for Nikolov would give him an extra. It would give him 204 points, and it would put Jarzynski back to 202. Thank you on the live chat, Mr. Velikov. So, Nikolov only needs to get past Jarzynski, because of course that would put Jarzynski down to 202 points, and it would give Nikolov 204. But this is the final lap. Jarzynski has made it count so far. His defences have not been breached. But Nikolov is about to throw everything apart from the kitchen sink at him.
Slightly wide line at the corner number 4 for Lukas Jezierski, and that puts Nikolov right behind him. They are losing speed, both of them. Mikosh and Kushniruk going through, and 2 leaders now are losing places, going into button aces. Now fighting for the second is Lukas Jezierski, but Nikolov is further away down in 4th.
And Nikolov went to the inside, and Mikosh and Kushniruk and Piacek all went to the outside. Suddenly there's a group of 8 with Fabri, Sovic and Puddifoot joining the party. But is it too late for them? Juraj Mikosh is going to lead into the final corner. Will he lead coming out? Nikolov's chance is over. He's down in 4th. Juraj Mikosh takes the checkered flag from Lukas Jarzynski, and Jarzynski is your champion.
And that puts Juraj Mikosh level on points with Peter Fabri fighting for 3rd place on the podium. They are level on points. Their position in the final or their qualifying results, what will decide the final result?
We will have to wait and see, but it has been a win on the road for Slovakia. But Poland take the Kids Cup after finishing 9th last year. The E1 go-kart Chorzo-based driver Lukas Jarzynski unofficially is your champion. 0.2 of a second separate. We'll do the race results, which you can see on your screen, and then we can give you the top 10 in the point standings. Mikosh wins on track from Jarzynski. Then it is Piacek, followed by Nikolov in 4th position. 5th is Kushniruk. 6th is Fabri. The Duck Jude Puddifoot finishes 7th, followed by Maximilian Sovic, Kakoa Sugawara and Ellis Cox round out your top 10. Then it was Vladimir Bruno, Alessio Zacchi, Celia Dussaud, Marcel Piacek and Kazuki Yamada. Franjo Tonjic, Agaliki Nusapulu, Sam Neugren, a good result for Sam in 18th with the back of the grid. Enzo Biseglia, then Mark Beltran falls to 20th, followed by Ryusai Takagi, Takeru Nakamura, Roger Dionisio, Jade Wilson, Philip Volsky, Roman Curtis, Minik Karlstrom, Samuel Erdelt, Anastasios Pavlidis, and Lebanon's history-making George Badr finishes 30th. But as we watch the highlights on screen, Gertz, please, the top 10 in points.
Top 10 in points, that's provisional results. Still we have Lukas Jezierski with 202 points, with Viktor Nikolov only 186. That was a brilliant try for Lukas Jezierski. He knew he had to keep behind
everybody,
Nikolov.
yes.
No, just Nikolov. There was almost no one who could overtake him as long as he is in top 5. So he had to be in front of Viktor Nikolov. He did that no matter who is finishing first. Mikosh took the win, and that puts him level on points with Peter Fabri for third and fourth overall. They have 171 points. Marcel Piaszczak is fifth with 160. Max Piatek 1 point down in P6 with 159. Then Timofey Kushtiruk ends the event with P7 and 145 points. 2 points short is Ellis Cox in P8. Jude Padfoot takes 9th with 141 and Maximilian Sovic in P10.
Sovic doesn't retain his title, but he does take another top 10 finish. We can't bring you the entire point standings. We've only got the top 10 in front of us, but that tells you all you need to go. And look at that. So there was Jarzynski defending down here. Now, on the last lap is really interesting. Look at the way that, now, so you can see Jarzynski defending. He's looking right. He's looking left. Nikolov then has Uras Mikos move in the red and blue race suits. He moves on to Nikolov's rear bumper. And now, look at this. Nikolov finally gets alongside, but Uras Mikos, instead of pushing him through, he goes to the outside with the help of, with the help of Piatek. So Piatek helping his countryman there effectively by not working with Viktor Nikolov.
And Nikolov is not tucking under his steering wheel as soon as he has a push from behind. He's losing the speed on the straight, and that was crucial here.
Yes, and as they crossed the line, you could see Nikolov saying, well, what happened? What happened? Now we got the flags. You got Lithuania and Spain and Germany and Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom. The spectators are watching. That is one race down. Our first provisional Saudi World Series International Finals champion is Poland's Lukas Jarzynski. We will be back after this short break with the juniors.
Capturer cette sensation? Rien de plus simple avec la caméra casque Cambox. Design ultra discret, adapté à tous les casques. Avec sa vue immersive unique au monde, captez vos émotions de course en toute sécurité. Caméra casque Cambox, the safest immersive memories.
Hello everyone, we are back in Karting Genk and waiting for juniors to arrive on the grid. The next final is just about to start here in Saudi World Series International Finals in Genk, in home of champions. We already have done one first final for the kids category. Now the juniors are coming onto the grid. Then there will be master category, then woman, and then four finals for the sprint category.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of racing. And of course, don't forget tonight in the Sea Mine, fantastic venue for the closing party. please go and make sure that you've been to the Sodi tent to collect any wristbands that you need and to make sure that you can bring all your guests and how you get your guests in. Now, 30 more drivers to go. Here they come out onto their rolling lap, and the grid is as follows. Pole position, the Netherlands, Dubai-based but Dutch by birth, William van Leersum. Alexei Mukin will start on the outside of row number 1.
On row number 2, inside for Fabian Kopp and outside Ziemovit Vera.
Igor Polak and Belgium's Theo Di Vincenzo are on row number 3.
7th on the grid, Kristaps Tennis, Latvia, and Ethan Saunders, Great Britain.
Then it's Jordan's Malik Firaz Mustafa and Portugal's Mario Matias.
Luca Gorski inside in P11 and one more outside spot for Great Britain, Oscar Lambert.
Edgar Lil Galvis is next in line for Latvia, followed by Boris Toltsov.
Then Ivan Koptiev, Ukraine in P15. Besides him, Aidan Galway, United States.
Vincent Kayard and Emil Forker from Germany are next.
Lithuanian Orestas Burgaila and Switzerland's Yanis Maurer in row number 10.
Oscar Vedlin from Slovenia and Marcel Kieser from Austria.
Further back, Brian Trevisani and Georgi Shumilov.
Orpheus Tsobanidis and Ivan Chitlev are next.
And at the end of the grid, Tobias Hansalik, Samart, Rao, Mariana Fedorchuk and Nathan Cross.
Nathan Cross from Aruba, and I know that there are plenty of people in Aruba watching. Hello to everybody at the Bashiri Kart Raceway.
But we have one empty spot at the grid.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The inside of the 11th row of the grid is Oscar Vedlin, who is not there, and I wonder if Oscar is okay. But the point standings, William van Leersum on 126, Alexei Mukin on 124, Fabian Kopp 116, Ziemit Vera 111, Igor Polak 100, Theo Di Vincenzo 98, Kristaps Tennis 98, Ethan Saunders 92, Mario Matias and Malik Firaz Mustafa on 91. Last year, Nick Kosanina won this event and he has now moved up. Oscar Lambert, second 2 years ago in the Kids Cup, third last year also in the Kids Cup. But Ziemit Vera, fourth last year in this class. Fifth was Emil Forker. Igor Polak was eighth last year. Alexei Mukin finished fourth in the kids category last year with Malik Firas Mustafa 12th. But Malik Firas Mustafa on course for potentially Jordan and Fun Extreme. That's the karting centre in Saudi Arabia, which he qualified from, on course to give them perhaps their best ever finish in the Saudi World Series finals.
Drivers at the end of formation lap coming back to the grid, warming up their tires. William van Leersum at the front, Alexei Mukin besides him, Fabian Kopp and Ziemovit Vera. Top four drivers aiming for their starting slots on the grid. Now we are ready to race for the second final here in Genk, Belgium. Juniors back on the grid and ready to go. William van Leersum already in his starting spot. Alexei Mukin besides him, Fabian Kopp right behind Van Leersum on the inside line, Ziemovit Vera on the outside. In P4 we have already seen today great starts from P4 on the grid. Driver getting second place at the exit of the first corner. Will Ziemovit Vera succeed? The officials are Putting back in correct positions.
Yes, that is...
You are not allowed to
Theo-
stay under angle
Yes,
to
yes.
aim for a free
That was-
spot already.
yeah, that was Belgium's Theo Di Vincenzo just being moved around. Obviously, the local driver thinking, I know how to get around here. As we now wait for the signal to start. 16 minutes plus 1 lap. The junior kids final, and the green flag goes down. We're off and racing.
William van Leersum holding his lead. Alexei Mukin right behind him. Ziemovit Vera stays on the outside. Fabian Kopp is inside. Vera manages to get into the row and holding his 4th place. So leaders without changes through the first corner. Van Leersum, Mukin, Kopp and Vera.
Out of turn number 2, Van Leersum and Mukin heads down, not defending. Van Leersum checks over his shoulders to see that his nearest rival is still directly behind him. The first 5-6 carts are single file. There is a move for 3rd position. Ziemovit Vera moving past Fabian Kopp, or does he? Further back down the order, there is a look at the chasing pack. They're about 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place on back. That would be Kopp, Polak, Di Vincenzo and Kristaps Tennis.
Taking a faster line through the button as is William van Leersum. Alexei Mukin driving a little bit defensive, and now he is trying to make someone work with him to catch Van Leersum. Van Leersum is pulling away at the same time now by the clubhouse and into the last corners of the lap. Van Leersum already has advantage about half a second going into the last corner. Totally different line for Mukin, following in a second now. Trying fast lines. William van Leersum is trying to run away. Mukin working with Ziemovit Vera now in a 3rd place. Kopp is 4th and Igor Polak. Theo Di Vincenzo in P6. Kristaps Tennis P7. Ethan Saunders is 8th. Mario Matias up to 9th place, and Malik Firas Mustafa driving 10th.
A couple of little incidents further back in the pack on the opening lap. Yanis Maura, Marcel Kaiser, Georgi Shuminov and Vincent
And goes
Kyle.
inside Mukin in the turn number 4 and out on the Europa Land straight. Mukin is leading now, and for asking Ziemovit Vera to follow him. William van Leersum has lost the lead, has lost the 2nd, lost the 3rd, and now is only 4th in 2nd lap of this race.
That's Fabian Kopp in the black crash helmet into 3rd position, and Alexei Mukin being very demonstrative with his hand gestures, tried to get them, and now he turns around, sees Ziemovit Vera, gives him the thumbs up, and it's like, okay, let's tuck in and go. Kopp and Van Leersum. Where has William van Leersum gone? He's fallen back quite a bit. He's still in 4th position at the back of this lead quartet as they complete another lap. It is Mukin, Vera, Kopp, Van Leersum, then Di Vincenzo and Polak trying to chase. In fact, I think Theo Di Vincenzo has just taken over 5th position. Alexei Mukin, as things stand, has 199 points, 183 for William van Leersum and 176 for Fabian Kopp and Ziemovit Vera.
And they're fighting through turn number 4 now. Mukin is in 1st place, but he has a train of 3 more cars behind him. He needs to hold Van Leersum down there in 4th place to win this race, to win this year's event. Mukin leading, Vera 2nd, Kopp 3rd, and Van Leersum 4th. We still have more than 12 minutes to race. Can Mukin be so defensive for 12 minutes plus 1 lap to hold this train behind him? We have seen in the previous races no one did that.
Yes, I mean, Lukas Jerzycki tried to do it, but he was trying to do it holding on to a bigger advantage in the point standings than anyone has in this race.
And Vera goes inside already at the beginning of the starting straight. He's followed by Fabian Kopp. There behind him are William van Leersum. They are fighting. Mukin on the outside, losing lead. Now going 3rd. Mukin fighting for third. Vera is out in front, followed by Fabian Kopp. And now comes William van Leersum. He is in the inside line on the turn number 2. And now he is in front of Alexei Mukin again.
William van Leersum back into P3. The Dutchman, William of Orange, looking for gold here in Belgium. Down the back straight, Vera tucks in behind the NASA panel. Kopp pushing him along, then a gap back to Van Leersum and Mukin and Di Vincenzo, then Polak. Kristaps Tennis is 7th, followed by Matthias Lambert and Ethan Saunders. That is your top 10 at the moment. Sadly, Kayod Shumilov have had more issues. They're down towards the back of the pack. Nathan Kreuzman's 27th for Aruba. Kaiser 26th, Maura 24th. Rao, Fedorchuk, Tolstov and Chitlev all outside the top 20. Galway from the USA hanging on to 20th position.
Kopp and Vera fighting in the last corner. At the end of the lap, we still have 10 minutes to plus 1 lap to go. Vera in front, Kopp second, and third goes William van Leersum, and he is able to pull away from fourth. Now he is driving alone in third and trying to catch 2 leaders with... If they finish in these positions, we have 2 drivers level on points after 3 days of racing.
Ziamit Vera and William van Leersum are currently tied at the top of the point standings. Vera leads on track. Van Leersum is second. So I can tell you for 100% certainty, William van Leersum needs to finish second and hope behind Ziamit Vera. If Vera wins and Van Leersum is second, the title goes to the Dutchman. If Ziamit Vera can keep one kart, only one kart, between himself and the Dutchman, the title, the second title of the day, goes to Poland.
Fabian Kopp is also fighting for the place on the podium here in Saudi World Series International Finals. If he stays second behind Vera, he will be third on the podium with 181 points. 2 leaders through the starting straight again. 9 minutes to go. Falling back William van Leersum. The gap is increasing between second and third, and it's smaller and smaller between third and fourth. Mukin, with the help of Mario Matias, is closing in.
There is nothing at the moment that William van Leersum can do. Ziamit Vera has Fabian Kopp pushing him away. However, if Fabian passes Ziamit Vera, I think that would give the title to Fabian Kopp. It is that close. Any one of 3 can realistically win it, and Mukin isn't out of it either, even though he has now slipped back to 4th place. He is closing in though on Van Leersum, and I think that wouldn't be a bad idea, you know, if William van Leersum just eased back a little bit, allowed Mukin and allowed Di Vincenzo and Polak to close in, then maybe the 3 of them could work together to close this gap. Mukin, meanwhile, is there in the blue race suit going through your screens in 6th position just in front of Mario Matias and trying to signal, and Matias saying no, I'm not working with you, my old chestnut. I got my own battles to fight.
And he goes through, and Mukin is the 1 place more down. Now following him, Mario Matias up to 6th now. Mukin is 7th, and that is putting him down to 4th place in overall standings.
Yes, Mukin would be off the overall podium at the moment. Di Vincenzo would finish 5th overall. Polak would take 6th overall. Tennis 7th. Matthias 8th. Saunders would be 9th. And Malik Firas Mustafa, who is 13th on the track, he would finish 10th overall. That would still be a top 10 result for Jordan.
There is Igor Polak behind Theo Di Vincenzo and William van Leersum. They are now 3 cars train following the leaders. Zimovit Vera and Fabian Kopp running away. If Di Vincenzo or Polak can take 1 place off William van Leersum, it will give win to Zimovit Vera. Here on this track, in this race, every position is crucial.
After 3 days, we are down to the final final 6 3/4 minutes of racing in the Junior Cup, and each position at the front could affect the outright winner of the event. Now Ziemit Vera begins to slightly defend from Fabian Kopp. You can see Vera just going down the centre of the track on the start-finish line. Van Leersum has been caught by Di Vincenzo and Polak, and they're going to try to work together.
They will not work together till the end. If they finish in these positions, Fabian Kopp is losing 5 points to Ziemowit Vera. If he goes through, he has 5 points more. Vera has 5 points less, and that means Fabian Kopp will be level on points with Van Leersum. And
who would take the tiebreaker
Vera
then?
will be down in third. It's now decided between 2 drivers at the front, between 3 drivers further down back, and even 6th and 7th place drivers.
But who would potentially take a tiebreaker? At the moment, it looks like it could be a tiebreaker between Vera and Van Leersum, or between Kopp and Van Leersum, and that's before we even consider what Alexei Mukin could do, although Mukin is fading. Mukin is falling back into the clutches of Oscar Lambert, although Lambert, the Dubai-based Englishman, has been given a 5-second penalty, as has Orpheus Tsobanidis.
Theo Di Vincenzo pushing on the straight, William Van Leersum. They are 4th and 3rd, followed by Mario Matias. 2 leaders going into the 3rd corner. Very defensive lines from Ziemowit Vera. He can go defensive. There is no one else behind them, behind Vera and Kopp. Kopp is not fighting to hold his 3rd place on the podium. He is still fighting for the overall win here in Saudi World Series.
All I know that at the moment, Ziemit Vera, his name appears in front of William Van Leersum's name on the live timing screen, so I would assume that takes into account the tiebreakers. We will have to see. Don't forget, whatever Gertz and myself say remains strictly provisional. The results...
And mostly stupid.
You obviously know me very well already, Gertz. Most of what I say is very stupid indeed. But we will just call the action as we see on track and on screen. But please, don't take our word for it. You must wait until Apex Timing have confirmed the results. Vera and Klopp. No, that's Jurgen Klopp. He's just left Liverpool. Kopp. Fabian Kopp. I knew there was a Liverpool reference in there somewhere. But Kopp. The Kopp end of the circuit. Trying to say to Ziemit Vera, well, Kopp, a bit of this, my son. But Vera defends. They are 5 seconds in front of Van Leersum, Di Vincenzo and Polak. And now Fabian Kopp falls back a little bit. I wonder if that's deliberate. I wonder if he's trying to get a run at Ziemit Vera. Down the back straight they go. Look at the slipstream effect. And now we flick to the 3rd place battle as the 2 leaders go through the button chicane. Kopp has moved back into... He hasn't moved out of 2nd place. He's moved back into the 2 centimetre gap behind Ziemit Vera's rear bumper that he has occupied for some time of this race.
Less than 3 minutes plus 1 lap left in this race. Leaders approaching end of the lap. Ziemowit Vera still leading this race. Fabian Kopp right behind him, driving bumper to bumper and without any chances to overtake Vera. Vera already for 2 laps is driving defensive. He knows there is a 5-second gap in front of 3rd place to William Van Leersum, but the title is decided now. Outside line at the exit, the 1st corner for Vera. Very close is Fabian Kopp. They are going through turn number 2. They're followed by Leersum, Di Vincenzo and Polak. They have their own race, which will count when there will be overall standings. But now, through the turn number 4, out on the Europa Land straight, they are right, one behind another. Vera and Kopp fighting for the lead. Kopp still behind, braking before the corner. And bumper to bumper going into the button S's in the midfield part of the track. Vera in front, Kopp following, 180 180 degrees corner. What will do Cobb? Nothing. He still stays behind. We still have almost 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. At least 2 full laps to race in this final for junior category. Going through the clubhouse corner. The penultimate corner in this lap. Vera in front. Cobb following. Bumper to bumper into the last corner. The same lines for both drivers onto the starting line. 1 minute 22, 1 minute 20, 1 minute 18 seconds. They are clocking 1 minute 18. In 1 minute 18 they are over the finish line. Is it the last lap or not?
Well, we will see next time round where they get the last lap signal, but it is getting very close. The driver, based out of the Motokarting Modric kart circuit in Poland, leads the driver who is based out of the MS Kart Center in Hattingen. This is Poland versus Germany, with the Netherlands, Belgium and Poland rounding out the top 5. As things stand, it would be Ziemit Vera from Poland taking the title from the Dutchman William van Liersen, and Germany's Fabian Kopp in third. But this it's a strange thing to say, Gertz, but now you're getting more used to karting. When I say there's a lap and a half to go, that's a long time in karting. Now you see what I mean after being here this weekend.
The leaders at the end of the next lap. We still have 14 seconds left. Can they make one lap more, or going on to the starting straight they will pass into the last lap of this race? 4, 3, 2, 1, and the clock hits 0. Are they on their last lap now? Vera still leading, Cobb behind, Vera from the inside, whole first corner through the inside. Cobb tries faster line, but there is no way to go. Vera defending his position. Van Liersam still driving third. They are level on points with Ziemowit Vera. Is this last lap or is
yes,
not?
It is. The graphic says the final lap. The big screen says 1 lap. That's the signal to the drivers.
And they are side by side. Fabian Kopp goes through. He is inside before the corner, braking before button S's. Can he hold the lead? And he is in front. Vera stayed, and Vera is inside line, going back to first. They are fighting before the 180 degrees corner. Vera is leading again, and Fabian Kopp down to second place. Clubhouse corner in front. They are bumper to bumper approaching, trying to go inside. Then back side goes Fabian Kopp. What a race in final corners here. They are approaching the last corner of the lap. Vera still in front. Kopp trying everything he can, going wide at the entry, trying to cut to inside. No, he's going to outside, then back to inside. Vera is looking back. Kopp goes left, and Ziemowit Vera takes the win. Fabian Kopp is second. There comes William van Liersam, and they are equal on points with Ziemowit Vera.
And look at Ziemowit Vera looking over his shoulder to try and see who has finished where, and there's a big fist pump. They can't believe it. Ziemowit Vera and William van Liersen have tied it at the top, and they're high-fiving each other.
And both are happy.
And unbelievable, they don't know where they finished. Fabian Kopp gets involved and says, I think I finished third. They don't know, but they are over the moon. And you can say what you want about the format as a points-based championship. The winner on track in the final doesn't always win, but when you look at that, you have got 3 happy kids at the end of it, and that is all that matters.
It cannot be closer than that. The finish in the 800ths of a second between first and second. Level on points after 3 full days of racing. 2 winners, Ziemowit Vera and William van Liersam. We do not know qualies or what will decide. They are level. They have done the same best job possible.
Yes, 186 points each for Ziermet Vera and William van Leersum. On our screen, it has Vera first, van Leersum second. I don't know how they do the tiebreaker. We won't try and second guess it. What we do know, though, is that Fabian Kopp finishes third overall. Let's take you through the race results. Ziermet Vera wins by 0.08 of a second. And 0.08 of a second separates a champion from not. Kopp second. William van Leersum finishes third of the road. Then Poland's Igor Polak. Belgium's Theo de Vitenzo is fifth. Then Mario Matias, Alexei Mukin, Oscar Lambert, even with a 5-second penalty. I think he finishes his Sodi World Series career with an 8th place finish. Luca Corsi is 9th. Malik Firaz Mustafa is 10th on the road, and Jordan have their best ever Sodi World Series junior finish. Ivan Koptiev is 11th. Orestas Borgaila from Lithuania 12th. Ethan Saunders 13th. Then Kristaps Tennis, Brian Trevisani, Edgars Neil Galvis, and Orpheus Tobanidis. Aidan Galway 18th. Tobias Hanzalik is 19th, and Emil Forker 20th. Then the remaining finishers, every driver who started made it to the end. Marcel Kaiser, Georgi Shumilov, Ivan Chitlev, Vincent Kayad, Boris Toltsov, Samarth Rao, Mariana Fedorchuk, Yanis Maura, and Aruba's Nathan Kreuss becomes Aruba's first junior driver to finish up there. He's in 29th. Sadly, Oscar Vedlin didn't start. And so, provisionally, here are your top 10. Ziermet Vera and William van Leersum tie on 186 points. Then it is Fabian Kopp on 181 in third. Alexei Mukin fourth. Igor Polak fifth. Teo de Vincenzo is 6th. Mario Matias is 7th. 8th for Kristaps Tennis. Malik Firaz Mustafa takes 9th. And Ethan Saunders rounds out your provisional top 10 in junior.
And now we are waiting for Masters.
So for the first time in Sodi World Series history, we have the Masters final. This is the category for drivers over the age of 40. Well, 40 plus, category that...
It's good you mentioned age.
Age, yes, not IQ. But again, a first time here. Now, some of these drivers have raced in the main Sprint Cup before, not least the driver who we will see in kart number 6 there, Geoffrey Galichet, was 19th 2 years ago. Olivier Laurent in kart number 13, he was 50th a year ago, and Thomas Burchard 57th a year ago in the Sprint Cup. But now we have the small matter of 16 minutes plus a lap for the Masters. It's been an exciting battle, like in every class. Have to say, there are 2 Frenchmen on the front row of the grid, and neither of them were well, there was a slightly frosty slowing down lap between the two of them in the superheat.
All the frost will be gone till the first corner.
Yes.
That's for sure.
And but of course
there will be only fire.
Yes, only fire. Well, we'll see what happens. The race is due to get underway. Well,
Just now,
Any
they
time
are
they're ready. Here we
approaching the
go.
grid before the formation lap. Masters are getting ready for their final race here in Saudi World Series. On the front row comes Michael Ubermoulin and Geoffrey Galichet.
On row number 2, Jules Fauré and Olivier Laurencon. It's a French 1-2-3 with Laurencon from Switzerland in 4th.
Then comes USA, Thomas Burchard in P5 and Olivier Bruno in P6.
Stefan Boissier and the General Stefano Lelli from Italy are on row number 5.
P9 for Stefano Baraldi and 10th on the grid, Yves Miehe.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Lelli and Boissier, row 4. Row 6, however, is Federico de Rejon from Italy and Gustavo Zimmermans Martins from Portugal.
Then Julian Bezenki and Karim El Guelta.
Then after El Guelta, it's Alexander Patrician and Philippe Deneuze.
One more French row on the grid. 17th Brice Nguesson and 18th David Towan.
Médéric Bitouze and Manuel Kuzurok are on the next row.
11th row for Tero Makinen and Jérôme Huet.
Aurélien de Raizan and Roberto Marchi are up next.
Then Mario Volpe and Jan Tika.
Oleg Fedosiv, Adan Ibarra, Carlos Andre Augusto and JJ Jonathan Jeffries, British born, Aruba based and loving life back in Belgium. 30 drivers. Now, I was looking there. Great thing. Philippe Deneuze. Do you know, I read Deneuze once when I was younger. Yeah.
And how it went?
I'm now a commentator, not a newsreader. So...
The wind is picking up.
Yes.
The rain has gone, but now the hats are flying off the stewards' heads.
Yes, well, the French bucket hat is goes fluttering away in the breeze. Hello to Vincent Ducasse, wishing Jules Fauré luck on the live chat. ASV Racing supporting Olivier Laurencon and Mario Bonifacio supporting all the Portuguese driver. Amadeus Hutsiak supporting Ziamet Vieira. Yes, you are correct. What a race. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji.
And how many fire emojis will got Masters we will see in the next 16 minutes and 1 lap.
Well, let's hope that the fire emojis is the only firing we see in this race. We don't want to see anybody getting fired off. But again, we do appreciate your support online. Keep your communication coming in. We love getting, the family members, the friends. A lot of people who some of these drivers have beaten to get here. So there'll be an awful lot of... Saudi World, there are tens of thousands of Saudi World Series registered drivers all around the world. And judging by the viewing figures, most of them have been tuning in. We've had some incredible viewing figures on our WFR live TV coverage.
Of course, because if you are in the system, you can say, I once beat him. I once beat him. If I would be here, I would be on the podium for sure.
And the Saudi World Series website has that database, so you can see where your global ranking of all the events around the world. We haven't got time to get into how they work out the point system, but it is the coefficient is very efficient. How shall we say?
And now, marshals through the grid, checking the order. Is everyone in their correct spot on the grid? We are through to the last lines, and the green flag is waiting at the front. Everyone is in their places. 30 pilots on the grid in a master category, ready to race. And last seconds before, and we go green here in Genk again. Michael Ubermoulin from inside, followed by Joël Fauré. Very fast start for Fauré, and that means Geoffrey Galichet now has lost second place and is going into the first corner and third. There is a push between them, and Geoffrey Galichet up to second. No, he has to give back this position to Joël Joel Fauré is back to second, and Galichet trying to hold his now third position.
A lot of the masters, how fast they get away from the standing start depends solely on how much they had for lunch. But here we go. Down the back straight, it's Ubermühlen from Fauré. The points, well, we will come back to the points at another time. We will try and bring you up to date with the points, but at the moment...
Before the start, Ubermühlen had 4 points advantage over Geoffrey Galichet. Now he is 2 places up in front of Galichet, so great start for Mikael Ubermühlen. So far he is leading not only this race, but the overall standings also. First lap at the end.
Well, actually, I think so. The fine... Well, we'll wait about the... get the point standings. It was Galichet with 85 points, Ubermühlen with 84 on the start. Then it was Burchard 76, Lorencon 75, and Fauré 74.
And he's not waiting. Fauré goes through. Now he's leading the race, leaving Ubermühlen at the outside. Joel Fauré leading. Geoffrey Galichet goes through. Also, and now Mikael Ubermühlen in the 2 corners has gone from first to third already. Joel Fauré leading the race with Geoffrey Galichet second. At the 4th corner, Galichet stays behind, and one more problem for Mikael Ubermühlen. There comes Olivier Laurenson fighting for third, and Laurenson is through also, moving to third, and Mikael Ubermühlen now down to P4.
I have to say, I think on the live timing screen there's a slight error there. They have not calculated the superheat points because they haven't qualified the heat points. Ubermühlen was on 134 points coming into this event. I tell you what, I'm going to just go and double check with that to see if we can get...
We don't have to double check.
Yeah.
We know Joel Fauré is leading now. It took him a little bit more than 1 lap to go from third on the grid to first on the track. Joel Fauré at the front, followed by Geoffrey Galichet from the middle of the track into the first corner. Goes Joel Fauré. Galichet is right behind him. If they drive defensive, there is no hope to get away from the others. Olivier Laurenson now is driving third. Mikael Ubermühlen down to 4th, followed by Olivier Bruno, Stefano Lelli, and Gustavo Zimmermann Martins. Into the 4th corner, inside goes Geoffrey Galichet onto the Europa Plan straight. We have a new leader. Galichet is in front. Now Joel Fauré second. Here they come into the corner after straight going into the button S's. In front now is driving Geoffrey Galichet, followed by Joel Fauré. Fauré now is second. There comes Olivier Laurenson and also Mikael Ubermühlen. Top 4 drivers on our screens right now, approaching clubhouse corner. In front is Galichet. Can he hold this position? We still have more than 12 minutes to go, and 2 leading cars are pulling away already after just a couple of corners. There is Galichet, there is Fauré. Are they working together? Are they trying to run away? Galichet is waiting for Fauré. Just come here, come, let's run away from them. Laurenson is third, Ubermühlen 4th, and a small gap between 2nd and 3rd place. They are going into the 2nd corner. Not the fastest lines for Galichet. He is driving a bit defensive in the 2nd corner, 3rd through the fastest line. Now is the 4th where Galichet overtook Joel Fauré. There they go through, and 4 cars in one train going through Europa Land straight, braking before the corner, and Fauré stays behind. Geoffrey Galichet still in front, entering the button chicane, and wide line from Galichet. Fauré right behind, 4 leading cars. Ubermühlen looking inside of Olivier Laurenson, and at the exit Laurenson is side by side with Fauré, fighting for the second. Fauré from the middle of the track, entering clubhouse corner. The next left bend in front of them. Galichet leading, Fauré still second, and Laurenson stays third. Into the last corner of this lap, exiting onto the starting straight, and 4 cars going together.
Yes, we'll call the race as we see it on track. We do not have access to the live points standings. It is Galichet, Fauré, then Then Lorencon, Ubermulin, the pole sitter, or the front row starter down to 4th position. Then a gap to the driver with the white crash helmet. That's Italy's Stefano Baraldi. Portugal's Gustavo Zimmermans is up next. The 3 leaders about to be joined by Ubermulin once again. And there's a move for A down to 3rd. Lorencon up into P2.
Lorencon overtakes Foray. Now they are entering the midfield part of the track. Foray trying to catch the grip, exiting the fast corner alongside tire barriers. Now down to 3rd is Joel Foray, leading the race. Geoffrey Galichet for a few laps already. 6 minutes gone, 10 to go, plus 1 lap in a Masters final here at Saudi World Series. There is a hard fight for the 10th place down the order, but the 4 leading carts now going to the last corner of this lap out of the straight. Galichet leading, Laurenson 2nd, Foray 3rd, and goes inside. Laurenson fighting for the win. Galichet was waiting for someone to work with him, and there is no one. Inside goes Laurenson. Inside tries to go. Foray manages to hold 2nd. Geoffrey Galichet now, but Olivier Laurenson is leading the race.
And behind the top 4, Baraldi, Zimmermans and Stefano Lelli are closing in. Burchard is 8th. Then it's Meche, Durajon. Behind Durajon, you have Bruno, Bossieri, Bezengi, El Guelta and Bituze.
And leaders in the midfield part of the track, approaching 180 degrees corner. Laurenson and Galichet at the front, and Laurenson, as soon as he overtook Galichet, now is increasing the gap within 1 lap already. Laurenson, after he got in front of Galichet, set the new fastest time in the middle sector. Now they are in the last sector of this race before the finals. Laurenson was 4th in the standings, just 1 point losing to Foray, just 5 to Galichet, and Michael Ubermulin was the only one who had advantage for more than 10 points over 3rd placed Joel Foray. Now Ubermulin is down to 4th, still riding 3rd. Now 2nd up is Foray. Galichet is down to 3rd, and Olivier Laurenson leading the race. On to the Europa Land straight, 4 leading carts. It's Stefano Baraldi trying to join them in this fight. There is still less than 2nd of a gap between Ubermulin and Baraldi. Can Baraldi join this party now? And 180 degrees corner, led by Olivier Laurenson, followed by Joel Foray. Galichet from 1st to 3rd again, and 1 more lap will be completed soon. We are over halfway through this race. 7 minutes plus 1 lap left to go. Out on the starting straight goes Olivier Laurenson. Joel Foray bumper to bumper with him, trying to run away from Geoffrey Galichet, and inside goes Joel Foray. No, it's not enough. The speed is not enough, and Foray still stays 2nd. Olivier Laurenson still holding his lead in this race. Less than 7 minutes to go through the 2nd corner, up into the 3rd. And 1 more overtaking opportunity in the corner number 4. Out on the straight, going leaders. Now we have 3 leading carts there on the Europa Land straight, and push from behind for Olivier Laurenson. Joel Foray is pushing him forward. He is trying to run away from Geoffrey Galichet. Now they're fighting within the midfield part of the track through the 180 degrees. Laurenson in front, Foray, Galichet, Baraldi, Ubermulin. There comes Lely, Zimmerman, Martins and Thomas Burchard. Now we have 8 cars in the row. No, 7 cars in the row going into the last corner of this lap. 6 minutes left to race, plus 1 lap. Faure, after Lorentzon in a previous lap, he tried to overtake him in the first corner. Now he's trying to do that again. Inside line for Joel Faure. He holds it. After him goes Lorentzon defending his second place. There is Geoffrey Galichet. Galichet still stays third, watching those fights from behind and not going involved. So still Joel Faure in front through the fourth corner now, goes inside Olivier Lorentzon. Lorentzon just side by side with Faure, and there is Galichet going by two competitors at once. Geoffrey Galichet entering the bottom complex as the new leader again. Michael Ubermulin now fighting for third, going a little bit wide. Next corner again goes wide Ubermulin and is down to fourth, now to fifth place again. Lorentzon and Faure fighting now for second and third, and Geoffrey Galichet is back in front again.
And a big thank you to everybody at Apex Timing for a very, very quick fix on the point standings. It is a tie at the top at the end of the last lap.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, because Geoffrey Galichet, the new leader, has 206 points. Stefano Baraldi runs second in the row. There are people asking questions. The champion is decided on all points added together from the heats, the super heat, and the final. This final is not winner takes all. Why, you ask? Well, look back at the video from last year and you'll see the chaos that was going on in the finals as drivers were scrambling to win.
Or
this
just watch videos from this year, from videos from previous races, and you will know why.
Yes, this is obviously a much fairer way to decide a champion, to ensure good driving. It's Galichet, Baraldi, Lorencon, Ubermulin, Zimmerman, Martins, Lely and Faure, with Bouchard in 8th.
Faure getting one position, then giving it back, fighting with Stefano Lely for P6 only. Now he was leading the race on the lap ago. Geoffrey Galichet went through at the end of a Ropaland straight, and now he's pulling away for more than 1 second before this lap. Then he ends this lap. It was 1.3, it is now 1.6 seconds. Baraldi, Zimmerman, Martins and Ubermulin, can they work together to reduce this gap? We have only 3 minutes left and 1.6 seconds between Galichet and Baraldi.
I have to say, it's got a huge advantage. The trainer carts coming through turn number 3, going into turn number 4 now. They are not close enough to eat together to work as a big multinational team, but Galichet's lead, 1.6 seconds. There it is on your screen. He's got no one to slow him down, but he's got no one to slipstream with. Now, the driver in third position, Gustavo Simmermans, the Portuguese driver, has got to get onto the rear bumper of the number 16 cart of Stefano Baraldi and push. But Baraldi is only 6th in points and Zimmermans is only 9th in points. This is Galichet's race and his title to lose.
Michael Ubermulin now driving fourth and is unable to keep on with the second and third place drivers. And just opposite, Joel Faure is coming from behind and starting to fight with Ubermulin. The leader Geoffrey Galichet, and his lead is cut down to 0.9 seconds. It was a 1.6, so 7/10 of a second gained by Baraldi and Zimmerman Martins working together in one lap. We have 1.5 minutes to go. 3 more laps in this race. Geoffrey Galichet leading, and leading position will give him overall win in Saudi World Series.
Michael Ubermulin runs 4th on the road, 2nd in points. Galichet 206. Ubermulin 191, Faure 172, Lorencon 168, Bouchard 165. But the cavalry are coming, and their target is Geoffrey Galichet into turn number 10 as the sun peeks out from behind the clouds, and Galichet's 1.6 seconds lead is now nothing with just 50 seconds plus a lap to go. Baraldi to the inside going into turn number 1. What a move! Baraldi has it. Now this is Ubermullen's chance. He's got to get past Galichet. He's got to get a couple of others past as well. Foray there in 5th position, Baraldi in white. Then it's Galichet with the French tricolour down his helmet, has back to the inside down the Europa Plan straight, and Galichet has help from Lorencon.
They are going into the button chicanes, and now all 5 cars. Still Joël Fauré fighting for a place on the podium. He can take points off Michael Ubermullen's account, and they are fighting each other on the track. Ubermullen now going fourth, behind him Joël Fauré. Galichet lost his lead. The time has hit the 0. We have 1 lap to go, and they are into the final corner of penultimate lap, going back onto the starting straight. Geoffrey Galichet fighting for overall win, and through he goes back in the front again with only 0.2 of a second advantage. Geoffrey Galichet was overtaken here in the first corner. Now he still manages to hold his lead into the last lap of this race. Galichet in front, Zimmerman Martens second. Then comes Stefano Baraldi, who was leading the race just a few seconds ago. In 4th place is Michael Ubermullen, followed by Joël Fauré. Onto the Europa Land straight they go. 2 leaders running away. Zimmerman Martins pushing Geoffrey Galichet further in front into the midfield section. The last meters of this race, Ubermullen goes over Stefano Baraldi, tries to get 3rd place in this race. Galichet approaching clubhouse from the middle of the... No, he goes to the fastest line. He is not aware of somebody trying to go inside. Fast line through this corner for Galichet. He's approaching the last one. There he is a little bit defensive, taking closer line at the exit, and now they are back on the straight. Geoffrey Galichet takes the win in the race and overall.
19th 2 years ago in seniors, now as a master, he is a champion. France, vive la France! The tricolour is on top of the podium, and just as in the football last night, France won, Portugal 2, not in terms of goals but in terms of the result. France beats Portugal with Michael Ubermullen completing the on-race podium, and it is enough to seal 2nd overall for Ubermullen. Stefano Baraldi finishes 4th overall, 4th in the race. Joël Fauré 5th. Then Olivier Laurenchon 6th. Thomas Pichard 7th. Federico Derejon. Stefano the General, Lely, and Julian Bazenghi are your top 10 finishers on the track. Unofficially, there on your screens are the rest of the final results. Unofficially, Geoffrey Galichet, 206 points. Michael Ubermullen, 194, and completing the outright podium on 172 points, Joël Fauré. After that, Olivier Laurenchon in 4th position on 170. Thomas Pichard 5th on 164. Gustavo Zimmermans on 150. So a top 6 result for Portugal. Stefano Baraldi also on 150. Stefano Lely on 147. Olivier Bruno on 147, and on 145 Stéphane Bossier. The crowd soak up that race. We are 3 races down, 5 to go, but before we get to the ladies, let's take one more quick break.
procurer cette sensation? Rien de plus simple avec la caméra casque Cambox. Design ultra discret, adapté à tous les casques. Avec sa vue immersive unique au monde, captez vos émotions de course en toute sécurité. Caméra casque Cambox, the safest immersive memories.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And up next is the women's final. Now, I do have to explain that after the superheat, there was a post-race penalty for race winner Debbie Wolfs. Louise Brown was given the victory. Debbie Wolfs was moved back to second, a one-place penalty. I don't know what the penalty was, but it was a penalty, and it put Debbie Wolfs back to second place. And so there was obviously an incident going into the start of the last lap at the first corner, which the officials dealt with after the race had been completed. And as we look
anyway, the title will be decided on the last race.
Yes,
That's
indeed.
for sure.
Louise Brown, driver number 10, starts from pole position. She comes into this race with 140 points. Debbie Wolfs has 133, and she is third on 123 points, the exact same position that Fadey has finished both the last two women's events. So, with the extra bit of theme tune that she has got, and if you're not sure what the song is, go look up SL2 on a ragga tip. That's the first time on a rave music has been mentioned today, but get it on Spotify and you'll know what I mean. Here is your starting lineup.
Louise Brown, after this compensation penalty, now is back in the front, back in a pole position on the row, and Debbie Wolf still besides her on the P2.
It's a Northern European festival at the front. Belgium, the Netherlands, and then Carla Fadey from France on P3. Sarai Garcia from Spain starts fourth.
A.B. Sanders goes from P5 in the final, followed by Nicole Protivova in P6.
Alyona Palchik from Ukraine and Vanessa Lariou from France are on row number 4.
Fifth row for Ginevra Negrini and Lea Teinikar.
Then it's Lalia Zepeño and Margot Beal.
Marjolaine Martins and Julia Milk.
Followed by Lisa Fischer and Ansakila Lemko.
P17 on the grid, Rosanna Marciano. P18, Elisabeth Schulze.
Clara Madirazza and Alyona Nikolaeva round out your top 20.
Yves Thillot and Lena Boleto in 21st and 22nd.
Eloise Joubert and Carol Bourgeois are next.
Then Audrey Winals, Caroline Leputil.
Evelina Manchu from Moldova and Melina Koenig from Germany.
Followed by Laurence Benoit and Emma Klikachova.
That is your 30-strong starting lineup, 16 minutes plus 1 lap. Abby Sanders won this event last year. Louise Brown was second. Carla Fadey third. Leah Tajnikar fourth. Clara Maderatsa finished sixth. Nicole Protivova was seventh. Alyona Palchuk finished 11th. 2022, Marjolaine Martins was second. Fadey third. Marziano 8th. Lariu 9th. And Maderatsa in 10th position. Oof. Let's see what happens. But yes, the battle, Debbie Wolfs was 27th last year, but she was not 27th fastest. She was in contention for victory until, how do I say this diplomatically?
Until the same point in the race.
Until it kicked right off in the closing laps of the final. What can happen now?
We will find out really soon. Louise Brown back on the grid in a first slot. P2 for Debbie Wolfs. We have 30 points so far between first and fifth. Between Louise Brown and A.B. Sanders, we have 110 points for the win in a final. So everything will be decided now in the next 16 minutes plus 1 lap. There are some complaints,
of course,
from Nicole Protivova.
Well, she had probably got half a wheel over her grid slot, and Manuel Branco in making sure that there is not so much as half a wheel over the allotted space.
There is still chats with marshals?
Yes, of course there is, and somebody just getting a last-minute instruction.
The first corner is right.
Yes.
Right.
First corner is right.
And then look for checkered flag.
And
that's all you have to know.
Someone else wants to chat. There we go. No, we're just double checking. So they're going down the grid to make sure everyone is in their correct position. And you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Manuel Branco, he holds the green flag. One of the Saudi officials walking down the grid. Now, if Manuel Branco really wanted to scare that Saudi official, he'd raise the green flag about now, and then you'll see how fast a Frenchman can run.
Now he's setting everything perfect through the whole grid of 30 cars. Green flag goes down. We are racing again. Louise Brown from the inside and Debbie Wolfs right to the right and to the second place before the first corner entries. And inside goes Debbie Wolfs. She is in front and Louise Brown now is following in second. What the offense from Debbie Wolfs. She is through and now leading the race after first 2 corners.
Wolfs with the killer instincts away from the start, diving to the inside to cut off Carla Fadey on the inside of the second row, and then rooting away around the inside of Louise Brown to take the lead. And now Debbie Wolfs set sail. Brown in second. Who is that coming through in third and fourth position? I think that might be Fadey, but Sarai Garcia is there as well. Sarai Garcia looking to the inside for third. Give third to the Spanish lady.
And they are still fighting, approaching the clubhouse corner, going inside, and fight for third is on. Third, fourth and fifth positions. And also Louise Brown chasing Debbie Wolfs. They have 7 points difference before the final. And is it enough for Louise Brown to finish second if there is a 5-point difference for each place in the final? Wolfs leads, Brown a second, Garcia third, A.B. Sanders up to fourth place, but there is a fight still going on through the first corner, and finishing like this, Debbie Wolfs will have 3 points advantage. So second is not enough for Louise Brown. She has to win.
Yes, indeed. It's winner takes all in the final here by the looks of it. Abby Sanders in third place, while she's not giving up her title without a fight. The young lady representing Daytona, Tamworth, with the number 1 plate on her cart. She's 30 points down at the start of this race. She's running third now, and wow, she has an entire committee of women behind her, coming through 180, 2, 4, 6, 7 of them, all climbing over Sanders' rear bumper, but Sanders remains resolute as the two leaders escape. Pretty soon, they're all going to have to sort themselves out. Sanders loses a bunch of places through turn Clubhouse Corner, and I think that might be Geneva Negrini has made a very good start as well. But who is this going to be across the line in third place? It's Garcia, Fade, Negrini, Sanders, Palchik, Lariu, Tajnika, Cepeno. That's your top 10. But all eyes on the battle for the race lead. It is Wolves just in front of Brown. Will Louise Brown... well... If I were Louise Brown, I wouldn't be waiting until the last couple of laps because, all eyes will be on these two as they head down the straight. Brown trying to push Wolves away. Foe 1 minute, friend the next. It's called co-opetition. Cooperate with your competition.
And now they are competing in the 180 degrees corner, approaching Clubhouse, only a meter behind Louise Brown. They have advantage of 2.5 seconds over third place Sarai Garcia. They can afford to fight already at the beginning of the race. Debbie Wolf slightly pulling away through this lap, back on the starting straight. Louise Brown is losing only 2 meters to Debbie's Wolves go-kart in front. They have 0.2 seconds between them going into the first corner. Inside goes Wolves. Brown following through the second corner, going now without trying to overtake. How long will wait Louise Brown? When will she start attacking Debbie Wolf in the first place? Up to the fourth corner and onto the Europa Land straight they are going now. When there will start the fight.
And here's the fight for third place. Look at this, 20 carts at least, all fighting for third place. Abby it's for 6th position. Sanders at a great start now. She's struggling a little bit to keep the rest behind. She has got Palchik, Garcia, Protivova. Then it's Tajnika, Marjolaine Martin, Lale Cepeno, Anzelka Lemko, Margot Beal, all there as well. The two leaders, meanwhile, are heading down towards turn number 10. Look at this gaggle coming through Clubhouse Corner, and Debbie Wolfs still leads. She's not defending. Louise Brown sitting on her rear bumper, just giving it a helping hand along.
And inside goes Louise Brown into the first corner. She's not waiting anymore, and in front, Louise Brown is leading now with Debbie Wolf second. They did not lose anything to the gap till third place, so they will fight again, that's for sure.
Louise Brown has just set Le Melier Tour, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 14.367 seconds.
Can she pull away from Debbie Wolfs? Wolfs is right behind her. Her go-kart going into the button chicanes now. Following turn is 180 degrees. One more overtaking opportunity. Debbie Wolfs is behind. Louise Brown is trying to run away. Debbie Wolfs won at the start but was unable to run away. Now she is second. Louise Brown at the front. We still have almost 10 minutes to go in this race before the last corner. One more push from Debbie Wolfs. They're going through the corner and out on the straight. Will Wolfs try to overtake now? Brown leading, Wolfs second, going into the first corner, and Debbie Wolfs is following. No overtaking yet.
Yes, and I think Louise Brown, mindful of what happened this morning, she was like, well, if I leave it too late, Debbie is going to just defend harder and harder. There is a move for fourth place. Vanessa Lariu passing Geneva Negrini at the moment. As things stand, Louise Brown, race leader, has 215 points. Debbie Wolfs in second has 198. Carla Fade has 183. Sarai Garcia 175. Abby Sanders 164. Nicole Protivova 159. The top 6 drivers in points have not changed positions at the moment. 9 minutes to go.
And now it's Debbie Wolf's interests just to start fight with Louise Brown. If they start fighting, they are losing time, and there will come other competitors, because if Debbie Wolf just gets in front of Louise Brown, it's not enough to take overall win. She will win the final, but not the overall, and she needs others to overtake Louise Brown. If Louise Brown comes home second, it's enough to win overall.
Now, of course, can I remind everybody in the paddock that the closing party, the closing ceremony and awards giving starts at 7:30 p.m. this evening. 7:30 p.m. this evening. That will be a mention, for that's just for the people here in the paddock. For you watching back home, you are looking at Debbie Wolfs now, closing right in once again on Louise Brown. You could not fit a thimble between the pair of them as they come out of the button chicane and through 180 now. Brown actually looking like she's pulling away. Louise Brown, she is based at the Experience Factory, Eupen by Procart. Debbie Wolfs in Kart 2. She is from the Kartbahn Oldenzaal circuit. Though I'm sure there are plenty of people back at those 2 kart tracks watching this race as the fast ladies from the Netherlands and Belgium pull away from the rest of the field. They have got the entire length of the front straight between themselves and new third place driver Vanessa Lariu. This is going to be a head-to-head fight. Womano v Womano.
And Lariu chased by Carla Fade. Carla Fade, now if she manages to finish her 4th, she will go for the podium on the 3rd step. There is still one more push at the end at the front of the straight from the Debbie Wolfs. She is pushing Louise Brown further away from the rest of the competition. They are running away already. 8 seconds in front of 3rd placed Vanessa Lariu.
Yeah, there is a great battle going on behind. Vanessa Lariu has just managed to pull clear of the group battling over 4th position. You'll forgive us for focusing on the 2 leaders, because this is for the International World Series title. But I can tell you that behind Vanessa Lariu, Abby Sanders has just passed Carla Fade for 4th on the road. With Negrini, Garcia, Protivova, Sepeño, Palchuk, the rest of the top 10. But we continue to follow the progress of the 2 leaders. We've got just under 6 minutes to go, and with over halfway through this race now, you can choose nothing between them. There's a huge pack. I mean, I've got to say, all 30 drivers still running, and there's one battle pack. Elizabeth Sulzer in 19th place is holding off 10 drivers all the way back to Melina Koenig and Evelina Manchiu in 27th and 28th positions. But the focus has to be on this battle, the title, which will be the best female leisure karter in the world, is on here at Genk, the home of champions, with Brown leading Wolfs by millimetres.
We have less than 5 minutes left in this race. 5 minutes plus 1 lap. Once again, onto the starting straight. Louise Brown looking back. She has got a little bit of advantage, over 1 meter in front of Debbie Wolfs. There was a previous laps when Wolfs was bumper to bumper with Louise Brown. Now they are going through the second corner without any overtaking moves from Wolfs. We are watching this race for over 7 minutes already. leave without a fight. They are just running away. Why Wolves is not starting to fight? If she fights, if she slows Louise Brown down, then she has a hope. Then there will be anyone else to overtake Brown and give her a crown.
Well, I'm sure both of these drivers have a plan in mind. I'm sure they spent the lunch break and the
whole night,
the whole night ruminating over this particular situation. Business was not finished last year, and it's a great scrap. They lock horns again. 12 months on from the Slovakia ring here in Belgium, Louise Brown's home country. Wolfs tucks down behind the NASA panel. You can see the airflow going over Brown's crash helmet, and you can see Wolfs getting just sucked towards the rear bumper of Brown's kart in the slipstream through turn number 1. Now into turn number 2. Their lead over Vanessa Lariou is now 10 seconds. Lariou is just 2/10 in front of Abby Sanders in 4th position. Then it is Negrini, Fadey. Carla Fadey is 6th on the road, but she remains 3rd in the standings. But she is only 1 position and 2 points in front of Sarai Garcia, who is exactly 1/10 of a second behind the French lady Fadey.
Debbie Wolf still staying in a slipstream from Louise Brown. One more touch at the end of the Europa Land straight. They are still driving away. Less than 3 minutes, 2.5 left in this race. Wolf still not fighting, still pushing Louise Brown further and further, maybe hoping for Brown to make any mistakes, but she is not. They are on the starting straight again. 2 minutes plus 1 lap till the end. We have 3 laps, and inside goes Debbie Wolves. From the inside out goes Louise Brown. They are fighting now. 2 minutes left, and Debbie Wolves is leading again. No one expected this move done right now.
It's on like Donkey Kong at the front of the field with 1.5 minutes to go. These carts are identical. They are equal. And yet, with these two intense rivals, they are digging deeper and deeper into their talent. They are driving each other on. They have obliterated the best rental kart women in the world in this race. They're 10 seconds in front of everybody else. And that is because they both desperately want to beat one another. Like I said, fierce rivals off track, and they have literally driven away into a different zip code.
And now, penultimate lap of this race has started. We have minute to go plus 1 lap. Debbie Wolfs is leading. Louise Brown is second. And if they are finishing, Debbie Wolfs is 3 points in front of Louise Brown when the points will be counted. It is enough for her. If Louise Brown is second, she stays second. Out of the corner number 4 onto Europa Plan straight. On the right side of the track goes Debbie Wolf. She is defending already the same speed without slipstream. They are going through the straight and now into the button S's. Debbie Wolf's in front. 1.5 lap to go. Approaching 180 degrees corner. There outside goes Louise Brown. From the middle of the track, Debbie Wolfs, and Debbie Wolfs from the middle also into the clubhouse corner.
Brown's going to get a good run out of clubhouse. Can she take up the inside going into the final corner? Behind these two, Carla Fadey has slipped to 10th position, and that has given Sarai Garcia 3rd overall in the point standings. Now Brown's going to get a run. Brown's going to get a run onto the main straight. No, Wolfs defends. It's 1 lap to go. Debbie Wolf's in cart 2, leads Louise Brown in cart number 10. The first across the line is the champion. It's as simple as that. Gert's Team Rots.
Louise Brown now chasing the great line, exiting the last corner for Debbie Wolf. She just turned right when Louise Brown was gaining speed and trying to overtake her. Now they are side by side onto Europaland straight. Louise Brown goes through. She's in front and going into S's. Louise Brown is back in front again.
Louise Brown does the move we call the Slim Shady. Round the outside, round the outside. Brown now has the advantage. 3 or 4 corners to go. They come down the infield straight. Watch Debbie Wolfs. She's going to swing wide. Now she'll try the undercut. Coming out of Clubhouse corner. Brown has the inside line.
They are side by side before the last corner. On the outside comes Wolves. Louise Brown from the inside, staying inside, going wide at the exit. Louise Brown is in front. A better speed exiting corner for Debbie Wolfs, and Louise Brown takes the win.
Belgium have a title winner on home soil with a fantastic outside move and a handshake there between the fierce rivals. That race was special. It was as clean as a whistle, and Brown, who on the last lap was coming into this corner on the last lap, Wolves defended the inside, so Brown hung it out high, wide and handsome around the outside for the victory, and then she held off everything that Debbie Wolfs could throw at her over the final half a lap of this race. And now on the final results, Vanessa Lariou finishes 3rd on the road. Abby Sanders takes 4th. Nicole Protivova is 5th. Alyona Palchik, Sarai Garcia and Carla Farday are 7th and 8th. Geneva Negrini and Leila Zepeño round out the top 10. The rest of the results are on your screens, and so I can tell you now, Louise Brown with 215 points is provisionally your champion. Debbie Wolf 2nd on 198, and for the 3rd year running, Carla Farday finishes 3rd in a tie with Spain's Sarai Garcia, 175 points apiece. Abby Sanders, her title defence ends in 5th position overall. Nicole Protivova finishes in 6th position. That's 1 place higher than she managed last year. And I have to say, Eve Theode comes into pit lane. Eve was outside the steward's room with her wrist in a plaster earlier on. It was bandaged up and she toughed it out, but as she came in you could see the pain etched all over Eve's body language, but she guts it out and finishes the race. After Abby Sanders, Nicole Protivova 6th, Vanessa Lariou finishes in 7th position, 8th for Alyona Palchuk, 9th for Geneva Negrini. Leah Tajnikar finishes in the top 10 once again, and what a race.
And now a short break before we start finals for sprint category.
Envie de capturer cette sensation? Rien de plus simple avec la caméra casque Cambox. Design ultra discret, adapté à tous les casques. Avec sa vue immersive unique au monde, captez vos émotions de course en toute sécurité. Caméra casque Cambox, the safest immersive memories.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now head to the final 4 races of the day and indeed the event. It is the Sprint Cup. This is the D final. This is the race for the drivers who are in the final quarter of the points.
For the drivers who have nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
Just to fight this one race before the next year of fighting in Saudi World Series starts.
It is for pride and pride alone. Vincent Hines and Mikael Vlim start from row number 1.
Then Dario Pemov and Ian Fernandez from second row on the grid.
Mitch Chimes and Harry Suonen go from row number 3.
Amirul Afik Mohtfak Karudi in P7. Noel Albalushi from P8.
Benjamin Dunatov and Stoyan Dosev on row number 9. Next on row 10. Rounding out the top 10.
Luis Andrade, Jan Chaika, 11th and 12th.
Then it is Pedro Raimundo Hernandez and Jonathan Söderqvist.
Followed by Stefan Marudov and Aidan Campbell-Bailey.
With Philip Josic and Jean-Francois Drapeau rounding out the field. If you are fans of Germany, Slovakia, Belgium, Spain, Australia, Finland, Malaysia, Oman, New Zealand, Bulgaria, Brazil, Belarus, Mexico, Sweden, the United States, Croatia and Canada, it's your lucky day because you've got a driver to cheer for in this race.
And almost for sure there will be the drivers to cheer for in the next 3 races also.
Absolutely. Here we go. We will not be talking about point standings or anything like that because
it's just the winner of final D.
Without wanting to be cruel, I mean, you're battling for 60th place. Well, you're battling for 70th place on back in the final classifications.
Between the tens of thousands of Saudi drivers.
Exactly. You're still in the top 100 in the world, and the tens of thousands of drivers. No one's going to remember whether you finished 70th or 71st. They will remember, though, if you won your final here in Genk.
And you will remember you was here in Genk. Vincent Heinz and Michal Willim. Willim gets a great start and is leading already in the first meters. Vincent Heinz stays second going into the first corner. There is Pemov and Fernandez fighting for third and fourth. But great start for Michal Willim, and now he is leading the race.
And this is a great opportunity to show you just how competitive the driving standards are, because even though a lot of these drivers we haven't featured much over the course of the last couple of days because they've been running generally in the lower order, they're just as quick. They can be just as quick. Sometimes, there's a bit of experience they're lacking. Other times, it's just a case of complete bad luck that has put them in this situation. But we get there. They get, like Andy Warhol said, said, everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame, and this is quite literally their 16 minutes plus a lap of fame.
There are still 15 left, and we are approaching end of the first lap in this race. Michal Willim leading the pack through the final corners of this lap, and now into the final corner. Great start for Willim. And now on the starting straight again, there is going on fight for the second place. A crash just exiting the last corner. Drivers looking back, who is where. Vincent Heinz now in second, Ian Fernandez third, and Mitch Chimes up to fourth. And fight for the lead now. Vincent Heinz trying to get his position back, but Michal Willim defends.
And behind the top four, we can see the Mitch Heinz has swapped his Australian race suit for, let's have a look, what's that in the number 6 car? He's got his all black helmet on, and he's got his new Sodi Kart race suit on. Well, you're going to travel 1 million miles around the world, may as well buy a new race suit. But Chimes looking to the inside, side by side for seconds. Michael Vlim, and here comes Chimes. Oh, if only he had spent his couple of dollars. I don't think he's told his girlfriend he's bought the new race suit, which she knows now, and Chimes up to third place.
And also goes through Ian Fernandez up to second, and that allows Michal Willim to pull away. He was only 1/10 of a second in front in a previous lap, and now he has almost a second gap behind him. Michal Willim leading the race over the finish line, and now with a quite comfortable gap in front, 0.6 seconds, there is Ian Fernandez driving second, Mitch Chimes up to third, and now already fighting with Ian Fernandez for second.
Yes, Fernandez, all white crash helmet, all white race suit, running in P2, the Spaniards. Then the Australian driver from the Adrenaline Sports Kart Centre out in Queensland runs in third position.
There are 3 karts side by side going onto the back straight of the circuit.
And that looks like it is a battle for maybe 5th, 6th position. They sort themselves out as we come round the Button complex. Michael Vlim in kart number 60, the driver based out of the Motocori Max 60 kart track, is leading Ian Fernandez. Fernandez in kart 87 from the Yaz kart zone. So Fernandez based out in the UAE. But is out in Abu Dhabi. Yaz kart zone based driver, and looks over his shoulder, gives Mitch Chimes a signal. Mitch Chimes responds.
Let's catch Michal Willim. We could translate this signal.
Yes,
we will be 3 there, will be more interesting.
Exactly. Now behind them in the green and yellow race suit, that's Vincent Heinz from Germany, all on his own. Then another gap back to the 5th and 6th and 7th place kart. Oh, Mitch Chimes has wound the old jandle up on the number 6 kart there, and is giving it some. About time he woke up, he's jumping up and down in the seat like a kangaroo, hopping round the outback is Mitch Chimes. Here we go. Benjamin Donatov, the only New Zealander in the race, is 9th overall.
And Ian Fernandez fighting with Michal Willim now in the midfield section of the track. Already almost catch Willim on the back straight. Now they are still looking at each other with Mitch Chimes and trying to figure out what to do with Michal Willim and how to decide results of this race. Willim has lost all his advantage in front. There is Ian Fernandez on his rear bumper, and also there is Mitch Chimes. Only few centimeters between 3 leaders. And Fernandez goes through with the help of Mitch Chimes. Both of them are on the inside in the first corner. Now Michal Willim is left outside, and he is down to third now.
Mitch Chimes giving the signal there, saying, okay, I know we've just overtaken you, Michael, but now do us a favour, just push me along, don't try and take me back. Let's work together to try and pass this Mr. Fernandez character, who, of course, Mitch Chimes earlier said, okay, Mr. Fernandez, we'll work together and we'll pass the leader. Now that's done.
It seems like this a child game when we have
I want to be your friend. I know I'm not going to be your friend. I want to be his friend.
Who has best player and who hasn't.
Yeah. Who's got the best football that we can go and play with at the moment? Fernandez is holding all the balls in his court, but for how much longer? Chimes alongside him. Vlim's going to get a great run up the inside, put Michael Vlim back into P2 as they go past the grandstand down towards turn number 10. Heinz is fourth. Armel Afik Mod Fakhrudi is fifth to Malaysia. Harry Suonanen is sixth.
And there is some deal between Chimes and William going through the last corner, both of them looking at each other. William let Chimes through to second place, and now they are really working together.
Yes, like deal or no deal. All we need is Noel Edmonds to pop up now. Fakhrudi in fifth, Soninen, Pemov, Al-Balushi, Andrade, Donatov. That's the rest of the top 10, followed by Dosev, Josic, then Marudov, Chaika, Soderquist, Drapeau, Hernandez, and Campbell Bailey.
Into the button complex coming three leaders. Ian Fernandez in front, just too soon in the straight, went out of the slipstream. Mitch Chimes, he's still going second in front of Michal Vilim, and now again closer line at the exit of the corner, and still Chimes following Ian Fernandez into the clubhouse. Three leaders with a more than 1.5 seconds gap in front of everyone else. Now Chimes is second, following Fernandez into the last corner. Going the same line, not cutting anything, and onto the starting straight. Michal William is a little bit further back, and again Chimes goes inside. Should he wait a little bit longer? No, he's inside, he's going through. Michal William is right behind, but is too far away, and Ian Fernandez manages to hold his second position now. William is left third.
And a 5-second penalty for driver number 3, Harry Suonanen. And as Mitch Chimes takes the lead, if you can just listen very, very carefully, that is the sound of 1,000 tinnies being cracked open down under as the Australian fans cheer for Mitch Chimes. Fernandez and Willem now have to work together. I think Chimes has used all his goodwill up. He's been mates with Fernandez, he's been mates with Willem, and now he's gone from the hunter to the hunted.
And he does not two mates behind him now.
No, he
does
not. There is Heinz in fourth. Here's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th on your screens. The rest of the field, Fakhrudi in 5th, then Donatov up into 6th, Pemov, Al-Balushi and Andrade. All 18 starters still running. Here comes Ian Fernandez. He gets the run. Does he peek to the inside? Yes, he does. Does he make the move? No, he doesn't. Chimes holds on.
And going fast lines without defensive. Chimes still leading. Fernandez is faster on the straight, closing in and going to the inside already. What will he do on the Europaland straight? On the back of the circuit, there is Chimes, there is Fernandez. William is again behind them, and Fernandez now pushing Chimes forward and not trying to overtake. Back into the midfield part of the track. Chimes leading. Fernandez second, William third.
Yes, indeed. Out of the button complex into the 180-degree corner. Mitch Chimes has set another new fastest lap, 1 minute 14.688 seconds. Fernandez and Willem still hot on his heels. They have pulled a 3-second gap over Vincent Heinz, the pole sitter, who runs in 4th position. Then it's Malaysia's Amrul Afik Mod Fakhrudi in 5th position. No, it's not. It's now the blue race suit of Benjamin Donatov, who has moved into P5. Here are your 3 leaders. They go around turn number 1 into turn number 2. Chimes in cart 6, Fernandez in cart 87, and Vlim in cart 60. The Sodi race suit, that's brand new off the shelf for Chimes. Is it going to be a winning race suit? Well, at the moment, it's the all-white of Ian Fernandez. It'll be all white on the night if he keeps it there for Fernandez. And following him through, Michael Vlim. Well, now Fernandez and Vlim are all buddy-buddy. I said that Mitch Chimes had used up maybe some of his goodwill earlier in this race. He goes from first to third, but there's still 5 minutes to go.
And it seems there will be no who will be first, but just who will be first at the right lap, just at the checkered flag at the end of the race. They are swapping places all the way around through first 12 minutes of this race.
Yes, indeed. And comments coming in. Plenty of support coming in for Louise Brown from people all over the world. Saying Karine Legrand, say bravo Louise, Frank Nassarelli, Jean Maduro, all congratulating Louise Brown. As usual, Mitch Chimes has got a very vocal support online. Just don't tell the missus he's just spent their holiday money on a new race suit. So maybe, did I just mention that? Sorry. I'm only joking.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, of course I am. You know me. Of course, there's Fernandez, head down. Willem, second. Chimes, a cart length back in third. Into the button S's with 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. These three, now 3.5 seconds in front of Hines. Out of the 180-degree corner, down the hill, down the straight towards Clubhouse Corner. Getting towards the business end, it's standing room only in the grandstands. Huge crowd on hand here to watch the Saudi World Series finals onto the start-finish straight. Now we see Fernandez taking a slightly different line, not using the full race line, and Chimes has hooked up with Willem to try and work over Fernandez as another a 5-second penalty for Swonen, that was earlier on. Warning flag going out to the number 77 cart, driven by Jan Chaika.
And goes inside Michal Willem. Chimes still following. Fernandez now is on the right side of the track, going through the Europa Land straight. Willem is through, Chimes is following, but he is on the outside. And now he is down to third, Ian Fernandez. It seems like those three are now trying just how many times we can swap the leaders, how many times we can change the positions. They are three alone at the front of the pack with over 4 seconds advantage over everyone else. There is speed at the exit of the 180 degrees corner. Who's there?
Oh, I'm not sure if that was maybe looking at the driver there. That is the number 40 cart. Oh, that's Amrul Afiq Mod Fakhrudi out of 5th position. The Malaysian driver drops to the back of the field. And of course, all these drivers, they want to prove, look, we can race just as well as the drivers we're going to see in the A final, the B final and the C final. We may be in the D final, but that's not because we're not talented. It's not because we're slow. It's just because we haven't had the rub of the green this week. And experience does play a part of it, but they want to prove that they can race just as well as the next, and they are putting on a show. Here comes the Australian Express. There's a train that goes across the outback called the Tea and Sugar Express. Well, Mitch Chimes is leading it. Choo-choo, here he comes.
Go through Ian Fernandez side by side with Michal Willem through 180 degrees corner. Chimes on the curb and back on the straight, going to the middle of the track in the clubhouse corner. We still have 1 minute to go. It means 2 laps to the finish line, and Mitch Chimes is back at the front again, followed by Willem. Willem goes inside at the last corner and swapping the lines. Mitch Chimes with a hit from behind from Ian Fernandez with the help from Hernandez. Now he's maintaining first. There's Michal Willem trying to go inside and going inside. One more push from Fernandez to Mitch Chimes, and Michal Willem is back in front again. Chimes now second, Ian Fernandez third. How many times we can change positions and still maintain on the podium? That's the question between those three drivers.
There's Fernandez Fernandez to the inside to take P2, or does he? No. Chimes onto the rear bumper of Willem. Fernandez has to tuck back to grab a little bit of slipstream. The clock is running down. This has been a really, really top quality go-kart race.
Inside goes Fernandez again. Now Chimes is left outside at the 180 degrees corner. Clubhouse in front of them, and Michael Willem just got around a few meters away from his buddies at the front now. 1 lap to go. They are into the final corner. Penultimate lap at the end, and onto the starting straight goes Willem. Fernandez to the left, Willem to the right. Mitch Chimes following and trying to choose which way to go. He goes after Willem. Now Fernandez is left outside. Willem up to second place, and we are in the last lap of this race. Willem leading, Chimes second, Hernandez third, through the second corner up to the third. Now in front of them there is Europa Land straight. Outside before the corner goes Chimes, and inside goes Hernandez. Now they are on the back straight of the circuit. Willem leading, Hernandez second, Chimes third. Can they swap their places again into the button S's? Now to the midfield part of the track. Willem leading, Hernandez second. Who will be first at the end? Chimes now third, goes through to inside Hernandez. Chimes third at the clubhouse. They are approaching side by side. Willem had inside. There is coming also Mitch Chimes. Just a little bit slide from Michael Willem. Chimes from the outside. Hernandez now is left before the last corner on the outside. Behind the Willem goes Mitch Chimes. Changing lines. Hernandez, he is side by side with Chimes. Willem leading. They are over the finish line. What a race! What a race for those three drivers!
Fantastic, and look at that, the three of them, fist bumps there. Absolutely special.
There is an absolutely irrelevant who is first and who is third. They just had a fantastic race here in Saudi World Series.
And I tell you what, there, you know, Mitch Chimes say, yeah, good move, mate. I spot you there. Every single kart racer who has done this type of racing has remembered a race like that, where there's been two or three of you and they're just passing, repassing. There's no pushing and shoving. It's just great fun. You remember, oh yeah, this is why I spend all my extra cash going karting. This is why I chose karting, and you know, which is why I don't have a caravan, which is why I don't have a holiday home. It's why we don't take so many vacations. This is why we do it, because it is just so much fun, and that was a great race. Michael Vlim for Slovakia takes the win. Mitch Chimes is second. Third, and I've got to say, there's a young lad, I think that might be Sam Neugren, down at the entrance to the pit lane, and he's just clapping all the drivers home, and all the drivers are giving him a thumbs up. They've enjoyed that one. It's Vlim, Chimes, Fernandez, Hines, Donatov in fifth, followed by Josic, Albalushi, Pemov. Fakrudi recovers to ninth. Marudov, Dosev, Andrade, Söderqvist, Hernandez, Drapeau, Suoninen, Chaika, and Campbell Bailey.
And you know what? This was only first of 4 finals. 3 races left. What is awaiting us there? Now, short break, and we will be back again.
de capturer cette sensation? Rien de plus simple avec la caméra casque Cambox. Design ultra discret, adapté à tous les casques. Avec sa vue immersive unique au monde, captez vos émotions de course en toute sécurité. Caméra casque Cambox, the safest immersive memories.
Welcome back to Karting Genk and the Sprint Cup Final C. And we are about to get the karts rolling out onto the dummy grid. Gert's Team Rots, my colleague, has left the building. He has a commitment, a small matter, of commentating on the Formula One tomorrow for Latvian television. Can't imagine why. This is going to be far more exciting. Here we go then with your starting lineup. We're just waiting for the timing screens to adjust themselves. The number 17 kart, Janne Pajunen, starts on pole position. The Finnish driver on the outside of row 1, the driver that finished 20th in the junior category last year, Italy's Alessandro Grilli. Jakub Twarozowski is third on the grid ahead of Latvia's Kasper Zritmus. Thomas Romchik and Maciej Czubinski are next. Then it is Jose Francisco Gonzalez Jimenez and Jan Bonvin. Then Khaled Alamari and Rusian Zenis, Etienne Meyrand and Eduardo Favila, Laurent Carrier and Hans Fleury, Simon Dolzicki and Simon Laflamme, Ahmed Al-Hamadi, and for the first time, Aruba have got a driver into the C final. That's their best performance by Amaro Maduro. Mikhail Nemets and Marco Rosic are next, followed by Daniel Dobis, Mehdi Kadiri from Morocco, Dwight Edwards Jr. from the United States, and Moldova's Octavian Lungi. These drivers are, well, effectively battling for, well, about 51st place on back. Thank you for the comments online. And yes, a bit of history being made for Aruba here. Like so many other nations that are developing karting countries, you know, the Arubans come here. This is now the third, fourth year at least they have been the team from Bashiri Kart Speedway, with a number of drivers have been at the Saudi World Series final. It's good to see the Americans back in force as well. Moldova and Morocco, their sole representatives in this Sprint Cup, are also in this race as the green flag goes down and we are off and racing. It's a good start from the pole sitter, but from the outside of row number 1, Alessandro Grilli makes a good start. He gets hung out to dry a little bit by there, and our pole man, the blue race suit, number 17, Janne Pajunen from Finland, the driver from the kart club in Espoo, has the race lead. Side by side for third position, Jakub Twarozowski and Kasper Ritums, the number 61 kart of Maciej Czubinski. Of course, you would wait until the Latvian leaves the commentary box before you have a race with, count them, 4 Poles and a Latvian, all of which have at least 87 names and 87 letters in their surname and no vowels. I will do my level best not to butcher the pronunciations of your surnames, but I will apologise in advance. Here's the battle going into Clubhouse Bend. It is Pajunen and Grilli. Then it is the first of our Polish drivers, Twarozowski, and Kasper's Ritums, Tomasz Romchik, Maciej Czubinski, and Gonzalez Jimenez, who has picked up a couple of places. Oh, problems on the opening lap for Simon Laflamme. Ahmed Al-Hamadi drops the back of the field. Everybody's still pretty much in a big clump as they go through turn number 2. Change of lead. Grilli takes over top spot. The driver who represents the PG course kart track. And round turn number 4, the rest of the field slotting into line. A little bit of 2 and 3 wide action, and why not? It's the final after all, as we head down into the Button chicane. The Button chicane, named after Formula 1 world champion Jenson Button, who spent most of his formative years in karting, competing with the GKS Lemons team, and of course the Lemons family, Paul Lemon and his son Kuhn, they they run and own the circuit. Paul building the circuit from, well, it was just 40 years ago, it was just forest. And I'm all for saving the environment, but to sacrifice one or two trees in favour of this wonderful facility, I can live with that. The Limburg Kart Club is what this was originally called, I believe, although I stand to be corrected. And well, we're continuing with a little history lesson. This part of the circuit was new in about 2002, all this part of the track. And about halfway down the Europa Plan straight, you will see a little cut through in the road, which actually, we'll wait for it on your screens. There is the cut through there. That is actually where the old circuit begins. We're now on to the old track, which never went into the button chicane there, sort of kept going down the straight. It's still used for the arrive and drive, the junior karting here in Genk. And if you go onto YouTube, you'll see a fantastic race between Jenson Button and Fernando Alonso back in about 1995, 1996 in the European Championships here. I'll remind you that every single one of the current Formula One grid, with the possible exception of Yuki Tsunoda, have raced at this circuit. And now we have a change for the lead, do we? Up and over the curbs goes Sonanen, and all right, and the elbows are out already. That was Grilly trying to fight back. Grilly getting two wheels over the curb. They're now three wide for second position. We've got a lead group of 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers, and that's Rittams now in the race lead, followed by Pajunen, Grilly, Shabinski, Twazowski, Gonzalez, Carrier, Alamari, Dolzicki, Fleury, Favila, Mirand, and in 13th position, Amaro Maduro. And in fact, we're looking down the order, and at the moment, there's only 5 seconds covering the top 18 drivers in this race. Down towards the clubhouse bend, in front of the packed spectator tribunes, and towards turn number 10, all the national flags of the competing nations fluttering in the breeze. The left-hand side of the run into the final corner, and out on track, Jana Pajunen, driver from Espoo in Finland, is opening up a handy little advantage over Kaspars Rittams with a black crash helmet. Well, it's sort of a very, very deep regal red, but in this light it looks almost jet black. However, the Latvians always arrive at any international karting event looking ultra professional, very, very smart. They take a huge amount of pride in bringing Latvian drivers to any form of international event. They always look very smart and equip themselves with pride, as do all the nations. But into Clubhouse Bend and out of turn number 9 now, towards turn 10, that lead that Jani Pajunen had has shrunk. It's dropped to nothing. And now the freight train at the front begins with everybody else still in line. Look at that. The drivers flooding across the start-finish line. 3, 4 carts, nose to tail, come out of turn number 1. Still 9 minutes, 20 seconds, plus 1 lap to go. And with the white crash helmet looking over his shoulder, Jani Pajunen heads into turn number 4. The door is opened, and number 78, Kaspar Rittams, goes through. Now, can Pajunen regain any momentum down the Europa Plan straight? No, he can't. That's because Maciej Szczepiński and Alessandro Grilli all dove to the inside to try and push Ritmans along, and that does mean that Yanni Pajunen has dropped to 5th position now, and it's the white and red Team Poland liveried race suit of Maciej Szczubinski, who now runs in 2nd place, and he is trying to work with Kasper Ritums as they come on to the start-finish straight to complete one more lap. 8 minutes, 16 seconds to go. And as I look down, still 4 seconds cover the top 15 on the circuit. And if we have a little look back behind the top 3, with Laurent Carrier now in 3rd position, you've got Grilli 4th, Dolzicki 5th, Pajunen back to 6th, and the next cart in line is Khaled Alamari from the UAE. Then it's Jacob Twazowski, and then we have Mauro Maduro now running in the top 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So Maduro only 2.8 seconds off the lead. He's just in front of Spain's Jose Francisco Gonzalez, Marco Rosic, Hans Fleury, Daniel Dobish, then Octavian Lungu, Etienne Mirand, Russians Dennis, Ahmed Al-Hamadi is in 17th, followed by Simon Laflamme, Dwight Edwards Jr., Thomas Romchik, Jan Bonvin, Eduardo Favilla, Madi Kadiri, and at the back of the field now, Mikhail Nemets. Penalties for Kadiri and for Favilla. That drops them to the bottom of the orders. Nemec has also had a spin. I'm not quite sure if the 2 penalties and Nemec's spin are related. I would assume they're not, but you never know. They may well have been. The top 8 all on your camera screens now. Into turn number 4. New race leader, France's Laurent Carrier. The dark blue race suit and deep red crash helmet of Kasper Ritums from Latvia in cart number 78. He's representing the Rulitis kart track. Meanwhile, Laurent Carrier in cart number 10, he is representing Passion Karting 16. And the PK16 racing team also have an endurance team who competed in yesterday's 12-hour endurance. And now things getting a little bit tasty up at the front as we see one driver in that lead group almost taking to the grass side by side for 3rd place. Coming on to the start-finish straight, it's Ritums from Simon Dolzicki now in 2nd position. Dolzicki in the black race suit, black crash helmet. No sooner do I say that Szabinski goes through, so it's now here we go. This is a commentator's worst nightmare. Dolzicki, Szabinski and Torozowski are almost all together on circuit. Heading out towards turn number 4, there's a move. Laurent Carrier fights back after losing a couple of positions. There in the white crash helmet, centre screen, that is Finland's Janne Pajunen. And Pajunen, who did lead this race, has now scraped his way back into 4th position. And the red and white, Simon Dolzicki. I think that is, it's Maciej Szczubinski in 2nd position. Dolzicki is next. And a little bit further back, there was Mauro Maduro battling with Octavian Lungi, the Moldovan driver. That's for 12th and 13th position now. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carts. Virtually nose to tail. Come on to the start-finish straight. A little bit of a gap back to Gonzalez Jimenez in 9th, Hans Fleury in 10th, then Dobish, Lungi, Maduro, Meirand, Al-Hamadi, Edwards Jr., Romchik, Bonvin, Zenis, Rocic, Kadiri, Favilla, Laflamme and Nemets. Nothing to choose between the top two, however, as we head through turn number 3 into turn 4 now. This 180-degree right-hand hairpin onto the Europa plan straight. Now into the heavy braking zone at turn number 5. The button chicane, they flick right, left, steering clear of that monstrous tyre barrier. Then the double apex right at what is effectively turn 6 into turn number 7 at 180 degrees. And now down Clubhouse straight towards the clubhouse. So funnily enough, strange thing that. A couple of drivers towards the back of the field tailing off. Here's a good scrap still going on, and there is Ahmed Al-Hamadi in 15th position, battling with Dwight Edwards Jr. Ahmed Al-Hamadi, a member of the Dubai Royal Police Force, has to be said, but I'm sure he's picked up a couple of speeding tickets behind the wheel in his time for driving go-karts, obviously, not for any other reason. Here we go. Out of turn number 3. 3 for the race lead. Rittums, Subinski and Carrier. Make that Carrier going for one move. He takes second, but he's going to lose a bit of momentum on the Europa plan straight unless he has help. Luckily for him, the race leader is defending, and Subinski cannot find a way round. It does slow them all down and brings the next pack of drivers into play. That would be Dolsicki, Pajunen, Twarzowski, Grilli and Khaled Alameri from the UAE, who is now running in 8th place. So a gaggle of 8, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There they all are. A bit of a gap then back to the 9th place battle, which is currently held by Gonzalez Jimenez. Then it's Fleury, Dobish, Longhi, Maduro, Beirand and Al-Hamadi. Here comes there's the number 10 car, Laurent Carrier, leading into turn number 2. And out towards turn 3. 5 at the front with 6th place Jakub Twarzowski falling back a little bit. Alamari, Grilli, Fleury are next. Then it's Dobish, Gonzalez Jimenez down at the back of the field. Michael Nemetz has still not recovered from his incident. He is running 24th and last. There are still 50 drivers yet to race. They will be going out 25 in Final A, 25 in Final B. So, realistically, 51st place on back in the final global rankings for 2023. And that's not bad at all, considering that tens of thousands of drivers register and compete in all the various local, national and regional Saudi World Series events. Now, on to the start-finish straight once again. Carrier still has the advantage, but only by a whisker. Through turn number 2, they're queuing up now. The sun continues to beat down on this circuit. Now, that will actually help the drivers because these corporate sort of leisure kart tyres, they're much harder than your standard race kart tyres. They're designed to last not for just 20 laps, they're designed to last for 20,000 laps. It does mean that they don't like a cold track surface. Well, they haven't got a cold track surface right now. They've got a nice warm one. Down the straight towards Clubhouse again. Carrier trying to pull Subzinski, Dolsicki and Pajunen away from the rest of the chasing pack, and it's working, I have to say. Earlier leader Kaspars Rittums has now fallen to 5th place. No, in fact, he's fallen to 6th position, and up into P5 comes Jakub Twarzowski. Grilli's back to 7th. Dobish is 8th. And it moved to the inside. New leader, number 61, Maciej Szopczynski. Out of turn number 3 now, side by side for third position between Carrier and Pajunen. Pajunen has the move done. Carrier slots back into 4th, and if Laurent Carrier is not careful, he is going to be passed by Jakub Twarzowski as Pajunen gets freight trained down the back straight. We have the red and white race suit of driver number 61, Magic Subsinski, leading the way, but not by much. And there's a move. Oh, 2-for-1 special offer, number 10. That is Laurent Carrier back to the front, and suddenly we are 3 wide. Half a lap to go. Here comes Twarzowski around turn number 9. Twarzowski on the outside, and it looks like we're going to go 4 wide into the final corner. This is insanity. They come to the line, 2 drivers in the barriers, and it's Laurent Carrier for France who takes it at the end, with Subsinski second, Dolzicki third, and out of nowhere, Khalid Al-Amari finishes 4th, with Grilly 5th, Rittams in 6th, Fleury 7th. Now Jakub Twarzowski was one of the 2 drivers. Look at that. And that's what we saw, everyone giving each other a high five. Well done there. They were 4 wide into the final corner. I'm looking back. I have it was Yanni Pajunen and Jakub Twarzowski who ended up in the barriers. Behind the top 5, Rittam 6th, Fleury 7th, Gonzalez Jimenez, Twarzowski 9th, Canada's Etienne Meyrand is 10th, and Mauro Maduro is 11th for Aruba. Then it's Moldova in 12th for Octavian Lungi, Pajunen in the barriers 13th, Dobish 14th, Ahmed Al-Hamadi 15th, Rosic, Edward Juniors, Romchik, Zenis, Laflamme, Bonvin, Favila, Kadiri and Nemec, your finishing order. Here we go. Thanks to our incredibly hard-working crew here at WFR Live TV. The battle was on early doors between the 84 of Grilly and the number 17 of Pajunen, side by side here, but eventually that squabbling allowed the chasing pack to close in, and there they go across the line. And believe it or not, it only got closer and closer. Here you see over the curve, Grilly trying to make it 3 wide. Pajunen was eventually deposed from top spot. The driver all in black, that was the number 78 of Kasper Rittams, who had the lead. The red and white race suit of Simon Solzicki and Magic Subinski were also involved. And there goes Carrier. And Carrier there saying no to his, obviously something very Gallic and French to his rivals as they go through and say, I don't know what you're saying, but you've left the door wide open. And now, here we go. So, Carrier up the inside, tried to make it 2 in a row, but couldn't quite do it. And Laurent Carrier would somehow be shuffled to the back of the field. Ah, yes, there is the start of the shuffling, and there is the rest of the shuffling. Carrier at this point was 3rd, and this was an opportunistic move. Vevoy saw one, 2 wheels on the curb, and he goes from 3rd to 1st. They were 3 wide behind, and this is where business really picked up, shall we say. So we're into Clubhouse Bend. The 61 of Subsinski tries to grab the lead at this point. Carrier comes out, and now, exit stage left. 2 drivers, and the barriers, those big barriers doing a wonderful job. Somebody lost a NASA nose cone. That was Jakub Twarzowski. So there we have it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there are just 2 races to go. The B final, and then the main event. And a big hello to watching the live stream, Lucas Jurzyski, he's there on the watching the live stream. He's actually, Lucas, I know you're here in person, typical kid. You stick them anywhere and all they'll do is go on their phone. Look up, Lucas. It's happening right in front of you, my old chestnut. Thank you to Joe Maduro. I'm not sure where you got my name being JJ. But anyway, I'll take JJ. I tell you what, I've been called a lot worse, pal. See you shortly.
Envie de capturer cette sensation? Rien de plus simple avec la caméra casque Cambox. Design ultra discret, adapté à tous les casques. Avec sa vue immersive unique au monde, captez vos émotions de course en toute sécurité. Caméra casque Cambox, the safest immersive memories.
Welcome back. It is time for Final B in the Sprint Cup. These are the drivers at the front of the grid, at least, who just narrowly missed out on a place in the main event. Some of them by just 1 or 2 points after 2 full days of racing. On pole position, you will see Remy Loth, 27th in this event last year. On the outside of row number 1, you see Alexis Mellis, who was a podium finisher in the Sprint Cup 12 months ago. On the inside of row number 2, you see Fabio Picardo, then Hirofumi Yamaguchi. Simon Legal from Ostia and Anthony Malvesin are next up. Massimo Mattioli and Marco Silva from Portugal are on row number 4. Marco Favazzo is next, followed by Germany's Nikola Esser, Christopher Sauna from Latvia and Enzo Giracek, Anthony Seaman and Olivier Karalovics representing Hungary in number 62 is next to the grid. Then Leonardo Bleak and Madagascar's Kevin Andrea Maharo. Tom Vielputz and Tommaso Pazzetti are next, followed by Sven Chevali, Adam Ben Haj, Nico Tick, Juan Esteban, Brock Thornton, Ahmed El Sisi and Adrian Ionesco. France, Japan, Austria, Italy, Portugal, Germany, Latvia, Hungary, Madagascar, Switzerland, the United Arab Emirates, Slovenia, Spain, Australia and Egypt representing here. Not quite sure what Brock Thornton's better half, Kirsty. Well, upper means get on with it, you mug. How's that? Something like that. But again, it's hope you're... Well, it's Saturday night in Australia. Sitting down, have a couple of tinnies. It's more than Saturday night. It's probably early hours of Sunday morning. Hello to everyone watching down under. Hello to everyone watching around the world. Marco Bonifaco is supporting Portugal's Marco Silva. He's in cart number 70. Okay. Alexis Mellis came into Genk looking to win over all. He finds himself not even in the main event. So this will be the only consolation prize he can consider getting. Winning is a must for Mellis. 16 minutes plus a lap. This is the penultimate race of the 2024 Saudi World Series International Final. Remy Loth, Alexis Mellis on the front row, Loth on the left, Mellis on the right. There's the green flag in the air. Green flag drops. We are off and racing. A good start from the second row from number 5, Hirofumi Yamaguchi, and Yamaguchi gets in front of Mellis, and Alexis Mellis has dropped back to 3rd place at least, maybe even lower down than that, because I think Simon Legal or Fabio Picardo were also trying to make their way through, but no, Mellis has retained 3rd place. The pole sitter, Remy Loth, in cart number 15, the Prestige Karting entry, leads the way down the back straight. There is Mellis in 3rd, behind Yamaguchi in 2nd, 4th in the dark race suit, the dark crash helmet. I believe that's Fabio Picardo or maybe Simon Legal. We'll have to double check when we can see the numbers. The sun is blazing and glinting off the crash helmets of all these drivers. The drivers have been burnt to a crisp, soaked to the skin, chilled to the bone, and now they are in pleasant, comfortable, summery climbs as we complete lap number 1 with Loth, Yamaguchi, Mellis and Malveson. Your top 4, Mattioli and Picardo. Well, make that Mattioli up into P4, passing Malveson into turn number 1. Top 3, nose to tail. We talked about it earlier on. Hirofumi Yamaguchi, the Japanese drivers have a very, very unique style. Let's have a look as Yamaguchi takes the lead. Now, as they head down the straight, does Yamaguchi do the Japanese knee lift? No, he doesn't. Can't really see it with the black leggings on his race suit. Oh, and somebody back in the pack there absolutely comes within a whisker of clouting the tyres. I think... Well, I don't know, but that driver in the white and red race suit, I got a feeling some of that race suit might be brown by the end of it. He might need to come in and change his undies. into turn number 9. Past Clubhouse there, the bright green crash helmet and the white race suit. That, I believe, is Enzo Giracek. Nicholas Esser just behind him. Leaders coming out on to the start-finish straight, led by Hirofumi Yamaguchi. Yes, now you can see his knees in the air, tucks down, now sits back up under braking. It's a unique style that works for the Japanese drivers. The more traditional sort of stance when you're trying to get more speed down the straight is that you crouch down like you see Alexis Mellis doing, crouching down behind the steering wheel. But Yamaguchi will get down and now turns around, knees up, head down. Mellis leaning forward, just creating a different type of airflow over the top of the NASA panel. History lesson time. Why is the NASA panel called the NASA panel? Well, in 1959, the first ever World Karting Championships was held in Nassau in the Bahamas. And some bright spark overnight thought, well, we got all these drivers, including the likes of Sterling Moss, who was racing at the time in karts as well as Formula One. They said, well, how do we know who is who? And they said, well, we're going to put a little plank on the front of the kart above the steering column and paint the numbers on. And I thought, ooh, that's a good idea. And thus, the NASA panel was born. There you go, boys and girls. Here to help. Now, the back of the pack, there's a couple of drivers looking at each other. Christoph Sauner has dropped to the back of the field. We've got a 5-second penalty for Switzerland's Sven Chevali. Remy Loth, however, from pole position, even though he's dropped back to 4th place, is now into P4 with the fastest lap of the race. Hirofumi continues to lead through turn number 9. Now, the Japanese knee lift, it started Ukio Sasahara, who was a double Rotax Grand Finals champion, who still runs a lot of Japanese karting teams. Yukio Sasahara started that, and there was also a Japanese driver called Riki Tanoika, who raced for a long time, and he sort of had that stance as well. And it seems to have filtered down over through the years as we watch Mellis close in down the start finish. Will Alexis Mellis look to the inside? No, he will not in kart number 65. The Karting de Loudon entered driver, Hirofumi Yamaguchi. He represents the Ishino circuit in Japan. Tom Vielputz sets in the fastest lap of the race in kart number 32. Tom Vielputz qualified for this event out of the Cool Runners kart circuit. The Cool Runners kart circuit is where the endurance winners from yesterday, PF Racing, are from. So if you're in Germany and you want to try and maybe go with the best, a Cool Runners kart circuit, one of a number of top circuits in Germany. Joel Maduro, can I let you know where next year's Saudi World Series finals are going to be? Well, I could let you know, Joel, but then I'd have to kill you. That will be revealed tonight at the closing ceremony. I am sure it will be all over the Saudi World Series social media channels before tomorrow morning, so you don't have long to wait. I think that means that by the fact that you're asking me the question on the live chat, Joel, means that we're not going to the Bashiri Kart Raceway in Aruba just yet. Although the campaign to take this wonderful event to the Caribbean, I think, would gain an awful lot of support from the people here in Genk. Now, back to the racing. It's 2x2 at the front. Yamaguchi and Mellis. Then a gap to Massimo Mattioli and Remy Loth. Followed by Marco Favazzo and Anthony Malvesin. They have got Fabio Picardo, Marco Silva, Enzo Giracek, and Oliver Kanelovic right behind them. Then it's Legal, Vielputz, Simon, Adrian Maharo, Esteban, Pazzetti, Blake, Ionesco, Thornton, Ben Haj, Tick, El Sisi, Essa, Shivali and Sauna. 8.5 minutes to go. The gap between the top two and the side-by-side duo for third position as Remy Loth moves back into P3. The gap is 1 second between second and third place. So Loth has got to hope that Massimo Mattioli doesn't take umbrage to the fact that he was just overtaken and is prepared to sit and push and try and close in. Now we have a little look going into turn number 4. Still Hirofumi Yamaguchi. It's been a very successful week for the Sprint Cup drivers from Japan. We're going to see a couple of them in the main event, and it wouldn't be out of the question that we see a Japanese winner this year. Let's see, through turn number 7, the 180 degrees corner, down Clubhouse straight towards Clubhouse Bend. Mellis hasn't made his move yet. But Loth and Massimo Mattioli, even though they're working together, they are not closing in on the two leaders. Behind the top 4, there's a 2-for-5 kart train, driver number 58 with the orange crash helmet. That is Marco Favazzo from Italy, and he's from the Karting Go circuit. Well, he's got to get his pick of his Karting Go now if he's going to try and catch the top 4. Behind Favazzo, Malvesin, Picardo, Silva and Juracek all in a line. Then a gap back to Kanalovix and the rest. Brock Thornton gets a warning flag. Shows he's trying. Now, through turn number, out of the button complex, into 180 degrees. Yamaguchi not defending, running his line. He's got faith that, look at the two different driving styles there. Equally effective, but complete opposites in terms of how you position your body weight. The name of the game is to get down as low as you can to improve the airflow. How you do that? Well, there are the two schools of thought. Either lean back or crouch forward. Have to say, the gap back to Remy Loth in third place is growing inch by inch. That's what she said. Loth, followed by Mattioli, Favazzo and Malvesin. Around 180 degrees. Onto the Europa Plan straight. Yamaguchi getting as low as he can. Mellis still able to use the slipstream. Oh, Brock Thornton, 3-second penalty. And that drops Brock back to 25th. Out of 180 degrees. Down to Clubhouse. Side by side for sixth position, Malvesin under pressure from Picardo. Here is the battle further back for 14th place. That is Juan Esteban leading Kevin Adrian Maharo. And let's see the gap. It's still 1.2 seconds between second and third. But behind the top 4, the 5th place battle is now being resolved, temporarily at least, in the favour of Marco Favazzo. Right, that is significant. Alexis Mellis, 1 minute 14.15. New fastest lap for the driver in second place. Yes, he's in the slipstream, but it shows that he's comfortable in the kart. I think we may see a move pretty soon. 4 minutes to go. Mellis Does he wait? Well, they're not pulling away that much from the drivers behind, but the drivers behind aren't closing in. The gap has been 1.2, 1.3 seconds for the last 3 or 4 laps, and Mellis can't quite get close enough to lunge out and make a move under braking. There goes Loth and Mattioli, and look at this, 3 wide back in the pack. That's between Silva, Jiracek and Picardo. And they're still discussing who is going to head that train. Meanwhile, the driver in front of them, who is Anthony Malvesin, is pulling clear. And now you can see them gesticulating as they cross the start-finish line. So, through turn number 2, around turn number 3. Into turn number 4, we have 3 minutes plus a lap to go in this, the B final. Hirofumi Yamaguchi in kart number 5 has led from halfway round the opening lap, and he is not, while you see him occasionally looking over his shoulder, but he is just driving and focusing on the next corner, looking for his braking point, his turning point, the apex, his throttle pickup point, the exit apex, the curbing. Again, repeat the process. Accelerate, look, check, brake, turn, accelerate, look, brake, turn. Don't focus on what's behind you. You can't control what's behind you. You can only control what's in front of you. Now into turn number 1. Well, I'm sure he can control. He can control where he puts his kart, which then controls where Mellis puts his kart behind him. At the moment, though, that is not his concern. Through turn number 4, and now finally Remy Loth and Massimo Mattioli begin to close in. The gap shrinks to just under 1 second between second and third. So you know that Loth and Mattioli aren't giving up at all. Every single race today has just been so damn good. And I hope I don't live to regret that statement, because we've still got the main event to come. However, this format has proved to be a huge hit with certainly the maintenance team at Sodi Kart. And I have to say, of course, every driver that wins the final but doesn't win in points will say, well, I preferred it when it was just the final. And all the drivers that last year got booted out of the way in the final will be like, no, this is much better. I have to say, this event has been exceptionally well monitored, policed, and the drivers have responded in kind. This we want to show here at Sodi Kart how professional leisure karting can be, and certainly we have done that. The level of professionalism, the standard of driving, yes, occasionally you've got the plastic wrap round bumpers, and of course, you know, they do get put to use occasionally, but every time they are, they are put to use, there is an official there at the corner to to tell the race director the issue and to apply the penalty. And the stewards are there to review all the issues with a whole host of cameras that you can't see, that we can't even see, to make sure that as fewer injustices as possible are done. Of course, you're never going to please everybody, but so why bother trying? Do it the best you can, and this is the result, where the D final was tremendous. The C final was exceptionally dramatic, and now the B final on the final lap is boiling up nicely. Can Yamaguchi withstand the pressure that Alexis Mellis is beginning to pile on? Mellis looks to the outside. He'll try the undercuts coming onto the Europa plan straight. Yamaguchi moves to the inside. Mellis will try and squeeze. Mellis is alongside. Mellis to the inside. Mellis has the race lead into the button chicane. Half a lap to go. Here comes Yamaguchi, side by side, wheel to wheel. Yamaguchi retakes the lead, now defends into 180. Here comes Loth. Here comes Mattioli. Watch for the third place kart of Remy Loth's going to get a great run out of Clubhouse. Yamaguchi is going to have to defend, but it's going to mean that he's susceptible to the drag race. Yamaguchi on the inside. Watch for the undercut. Here comes Mellis to the line. It's Alexis. No, yes it is. It's Alexis Mellis by 1300ths of a second. He gets the crossover done on Yamaguchi, who falls to third, and Massimo Mattioli, there you go. Look at that. The victor and the vanquished celebrate together with a very sporting handshake as they head out towards turn 4. The results, the provisional results. Alexis Mellis wins by 1300ths of a second from Massimo Mattioli. Hirofumi Yamaguchi, who led nearly the whole way, comes home in third position, less than 0.2 of a second behind the winner. Remy Loth finishes fourth off the podium, less than 1/4 of a second behind the winner, with Marco Favazzo fifth, Enzo Giracek sixth, Fabio Picardo, Marco Silva, Anthony Malvesin and Juan Esteban rounding out your top 10. Anthony Simon, Olivier Kanelovic, Tom Vielputz, Tommaso Pozzetti, Simon Legal, Kevin Andrea Maharo, Adrian Yanexco, Leonardo Bleak, Adam Benhaj, Sven Chevali, Ahmed Al-Sisi, Nico Tich, Nicholas Esser, Christoph Sauna and Brock Thornton round out the finishing order. Here is a look. Now, Yamaguchi didn't make the best of starts as the standard 3 and 4 wide action goes on, but then up the inside, he springs surprise on early pace setter. That's on lap number 2, passing Remy Loth. And it was then a case of sit and be worked together. Trust in your opponent to not battle and drag you into a huge scraping match. There we go, 3 wide. That was the number 9 car, Enzo Giracek, getting involved. But gradually, Mellis was able to push Yamaguchi away. Yamaguchi, to his credit, didn't defend, but here is where things started to pick up. Mellis went to the outside, then crossed over, got to the inside, but it wasn't over yet. Mellis takes the lead into the button S's, but the momentum that he was carrying allowed Yamaguchi to cut underneath him right about now. Brilliant there from Yamaguchi, and Mellis tried to hang tough on the outside but couldn't, and this is where Yamaguchi was really a sitting duck, it's got to be said. He's on the inside, he has to defend the inside line. Mellis starts setting him up. He does the switch over move, which meant that Yamaguchi had to dive to the inside going into the final corner. He ran out a bit wide coming out, and Mellis was able to get the run to the checkered flag. That means there is just one race to go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a great view of the grandstand on our screen, so how about everyone in the grandstand give us a big wave for the camera? Or not? There we go, someone waved. Thank you very much for your unbridled enthusiasm there. There we go, say hello ma'am, how are you? There are the spectators. One race. It's the race you've all been waiting for. It's the A final in the Sprint Cup to decide who will be the 2024 Sony World Series International Champion. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. 16 minutes, 25 drivers. The champion will be decided based on the points they have accrued through Thursday's 3 heat races. This morning's superheat and this, the double points final. Over 5 races through rain, wind, and finally sunshine. Victor Vota in kart number 1 from Poland, runner-up last year from Kart Center Revolution Racing, will start from pole position. Alongside him on row number 1, Remy Stalin from the Karting Audincourt circuit in France. On the inside of row number 2, Simon Delven from Belgium in the East Belgium Action entered kart. And on the outside of row number 2, the Czech Republic's Marco Braun from Motokary Modris circuit. Then we have from Ukraine, Ilyas Miftakodinov in kart number 44. Ilyas is from the Need for Speed circuit. Benjamin Kivers in kart number 29 from Belgium, who finished 35th a year ago. He's going to finish a lot better this year. Logan Sunyi starts 7th in kart number 28. The Experience Factory Yupen entered driver has finished 17th in this event for the last 2 years. Anthony Chavasson from France is next up in kart number 4, 8th last year. The drivers get final words from race director Manuel Branco. Behind Chavasson is Diego Perez Lara in kart 47 from Spain, the Circuito Henacart entered driver. Then it is Slovakia's Levente Sabo from the FIBO karting circuit. He was 3rd in this race 2 years ago. Taruki Nobe in kart 12 from the U-Kart circuit in Japan, looking to go better than last year's 22nd place finish. Carl Hermier from France in kart number 11, the Brignoles karting Loisia circuit driver. He goes next on the grid. Then it is Brentwood Karting's Jack Williamson, 5th last year for the British driver. He starts ahead of Germany's Duke Melchior in kart number 26, 18th in this event 2 years ago. Makoto Kubo in kart number 63 from Japan, another driver from the F-Dream Hiratsuka circuit. He was 12th last year, while Viktor Kublinski from Ukraine in kart number 92. It's his first time in the last 3 years in the final from the Ingle kart circuit. Alberto Brentegani from Italy, only 51st last year for the Afi Kart indoor driver. He will go in the main event for the first time. Davis Zalmans from Latvia, 24th last year, the 333 Circuit Complex driver. We'll hope to avoid the accident that took him out at the first corner of last year's final. Albert Bos in kart 7 from the Netherlands is next. His best result in the last couple of years, 41st in 2022. Ricardo Lopez Perez from Spain in kart number 19, 23rd a year ago for the Karting Sevilla driver. Trent Maroney from the United Kingdom, Brentwood Karting entered driver, is next on his debut. Then it is Konstantinos Nousopoulos from Greece in kart number 35, the Go-Kart Centre in Thessaloniki. He is next up. Nick Kosenina from Slovenia, junior champion in 2023, kids champion in 2022. The final row of the grid, Nathan Salwan from France in kart number 50 from the Karting Losia 86 circuit, and rounding out your A final qualifiers, Kirill Martolog from the Ukraine, the 2G circuit entered driver. Now, the points heading into this race. Vota, 114. Stellin and Delven, 112. Brown, Miftakodinov and Kivers, 109. 108 for Sunyi. Then Chavasson and Perez Lara on 105. Sabo on 102. Nobe 101. Hermier 100. Then it is Williamson on 98. Melchior and Kubo on 97, Koblitsky and Brentagani on 96. The flag goes down. The main event is underway with Victor Vota leading the field of 25 into turn number 1. And unlike last year, they all get through cleanly. Well done. Now it is game on for the Sony World Series International title. Through turn number 4, Vota side by side, giving the signal to push, push, push. Simon Delven, I think, may have snuck into the lead. Yes, he has. Delven for Belgium has the advantage, and the top 2 are pulling away. Now it is 3rd and 4th into turn number 7, the 180 degree. Already Vota and Delven working together. Single file back. Everybody knows what's at stake, so they're all getting their heads down, and we're gonna get one heck of a convoy as we continue to lap this 1360 meter circuit. Across the line they go, and it is at the moment Delven leading. It would be Delven's title. 227 points at the moment for Delven, 219 for Vota. Remy Stelling 212, Marco Brown on 205. Early stages yet. We look back at the end of lap number 1, behind the 2 leaders, Stalin and Brown, 3rd and 4th. Then it is Kivers, Perez Lala, Miftakudinov, Sunyi, Sabo, Melchior, Nobe, Ermier, Shavasson. Further back, problems for Brentagani to 22nd. Problems for Zalmans and Lopez Pires. They are 24th and 25th. Williamson drops to 15th. Shavasson drops to 13th. Logan Sunyi's down to 8th. And 3rd and 4th, now Remy Stelling getting their heads down. We're looking at the midfielders heading through Clubhouse Bend. Up at the front, however, here we go. On to the main straight. They tuck down Victor Vota, 11th 2 years ago. Runner-up last year. Can he go one better? He needs to pass Delven. Delven has the advantage on the track and in the points. Stelling and Brown trying to work together. Through turn number 4. Both leaders check over their shoulder just to see where their rivals are. Now, under braking, further back in the pack, you have some 2 wide action. Some big gaps are developing already, and that is bad news for everybody who isn't Simon Delven and Victor Vota. Luckily for the spectators, Stelling and Brown now get their heads down and push on. Behind them, a big gap back to Kivers in 5th position. Belgium have drivers 1st, 5th and 10th on the road. That would put them 1st, 5th and 8th in the point standings. A few change of position. New fastest lap for Marco Braun, the Czech Republic, and he is pushing Remy Stelling up to the race leaders. 4 at the front. The gap back to Perez Lara continues to grow. Mifka Kadinov, Sabo, Kivers, Melchior and Hermier round out the top 10. Then it's the recovering duo of Shavasson and Williamson. They come into 180 degrees on this, their 3rd lap. 11 minutes, 18 seconds to go. On lap number 4. down towards Clubhouse Bend, closing up in front of the packed grandstands. There is literally nobody except a few hard-working Sony kart maintenance mechanics left in the paddock. That is because they're all watching this from the Clubhouse grandstand. The top four are nose to tail. Fifth on back have finally got themselves into some semblance of order. They have 10 minutes to try and catch and then work on these lead quartet. Delven and Vota, Stellin and Brown. They have a 2.5 second lead over Perez Lara. First lead change since the opening lap. Poleman Victor Vota takes the lead. And look at Remy Stellin. Stellin to the inside of Kivers, but Kivers hangs tough on the outside line of the Button Complex and hangs on the second place. So Victor Vota has the lead, and when they cross the line, the apex timing live point standings will update themselves, and it will show that Poland who have already taken victory in one of the other classes, are currently top of the Sprint Cup standings. Through turn number 10, Marco Brown in fourth place has to do a little bit of work. He runs the risk of dropping back. He looks over his shoulder. Vota now has 229 points. Delven on 217. It could all change with one move. One right move, one wrong move. One moment of inspiration, one tiny misjudgment. It all boils down to the next 9 minutes plus a lap. All these drivers spent the entire 2023 season trying to get here. Now they're here. Make the most of it, for you never know when you'll get another opportunity to show what you can do in front of the world. Vota, head down. Let's have a look. Does Delven make the move into Clubhouse? No, he does not. Behind them, here's the chasing pack. In fourth position, it is Diego Perez Lara. Levente Sabo now moves into fifth position, passing Perez Lara. You can see Sabo there in the purple and white. Then the bright yellow race suit of Benjamin Kivers, followed by Lara down in seventh. Melchior Mivtakudinov is next. Then it's Shavasson, Williamson and Nusapoulis. Out of turn number 3, they head towards turn 4. Still, Poland's Victor Vota has the advantage. He looks over his shoulder. He sees the colours of Delven's Belgian crash helmet right behind him. His eyes staring daggers into the rear bumper of Vota's kart as he searches for a way to unlock the defences that the pole has put up. Delven also has to be mindful of Remy Stalin and Marco Brown. Here's the next train of karts. 4 of them have now started to push away. Sabo, Kivers, Perez Lara and Melchior. Behind them, Mivtakudinov, Shavasson and Williamson are trying to work together to close in as well. No penalties so far. This is why they qualified for the main event. It's because come rain or shine, whatever carts they get given, this is why they have proven they're the best. And we have got just 7 minutes to go into the second half of this final. It's a real tactical game of cat and mouse. Nobody wants to make a move too early and leave themselves hanging out to dry. Marco Brown has got to be so careful that he doesn't sort of lose the slipstream, to lose the draft. Remy Stellin draws up to the rear bumper of race lead of Simon Delven. Delven again gives a little signal there to Victor Vota as Vota turns over his shoulder. Now, at this point of the race, Vota can trust Simon Delven, but at some point Delven will have to go for it. Further back, here come the midfielders through the clubhouse bend. That would be Nusopoulos rather in 11th. Miftakudinov has dropped to 12th. Now we're side by side for the race lead, and Simon Delven for Belgium on home soil takes the lead, and Stelling grabs second. No, he doesn't. Vota fights back. Brilliant. Here comes Marco Brown, wheel to wheel for third place on the road. Stelling on the inside of turn number 4, Brown on the outside, and now Simon Delven pulls away down the Europa Plan straight. This is the biggest advantage that anybody has enjoyed at any point of this race. We're on lap number 9. We've still got 5 seconds to go, and these 4 drivers are 3.5 seconds in front of the rest of the field. Stelling back to third, looks over his shoulder to see where Brown is. Can he get any help from Brown? Here is Sabo, followed by Kivers, coming through in 5th and 6th. Perez Lara, Melchior, Shavasson, Williamson in 10th, Nusopoulos, Miftakudinov, Hermier, Nobe, Kubo, Kosanina, Brentigani, Boss, Sunye, Moroni, Martelog, Kublitsky, Salwan, Lopez Pires and Zalmans. That is your running order. No driving penalties. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 13.953 for Konstantinos Nusopoulos. The point standings, it's Delven on 227, Vota on 219, Stelling on 212, then it's Brown on 205, Kivers 203, Perez Lara 197, Sabo 196, Shavasson, Muftadinov and Melchior, your top 10 in the point standings. And Simon Delven is pulling away as Stelling passes Vota for second place. And now, finally, 4 minutes to go. Delven has an advantage that he could possibly... Has that been the key moment when Stelling passed Vota? Delven finds himself with the lead. Was that the crucial moment for Simon Delven? Was that the moment where Belgium can cross the line first and become Saudi World Series champions on home soil? Remy Starlin, with that move, moves into second place overall with 217 points. If Starlin can catch Delven and pass him, that would give the title to Remy Stelling. It is that close. But first, Stelling has to catch Simon Delven. You could see Stelling down on his haunches, tucking his head and his crash helmet as close to the steering wheel as he dare. The gap between first and second is 1.1 seconds. Less than 3 minutes to go. Simon Delven heads towards the grandstands. So many Belgians supporting him. Then it's Stelling, Vota and Brown. Then we have Sabo and Kivers. They're clear of this battle on your screen now. That was Shavasson, Perez Lara and Williamson battling over 7th, 8th and 9th positions. Is Delven pulling away? The gap was 1.1 seconds. No, it's now just 9/10 of a second. Stelling and Vota working together are reeling Delven in. 2 minutes to go. This is not over yet. Brown sitting in 4th place, where he has been for nearly the entire race. Makoto Kubo sets a storming lap, 1 minute 13.8. He is down in 16th position at the moment. They're getting closer. They're getting closer to Simon Delven. And now Delven, who has been attack for the last couple of laps. Now he looks over his shoulder and now he realises it's not game over. It's going to be defend for the next 75 seconds plus a lap. Into turn number 10. Have Vota and Stelling left themselves too much to do? 1 minute to go. Next time around, they will get the last lap board. Into turn number 1. Through 2. Stelling, eyes on the prize. New fastest lap for Remy Stelling. 1 minute 13.822. Vota doesn't want to make his move now. Stelling has a great run through turn number 4. Down the Europa Plan straight. Stelling's got his head down. The gap is 4 kart lengths. It's 3 kart lengths. It's 2 kart lengths. It's now 1 kart length. Stelling and Vota and Brown have caught Simon Delven. The last lap signal will go out. This is the penultimate time. Simon Delven will head down the clubhouse straight and see the sea of people in front of him. They go through turn number 9. And now, into turn number 10. This is where 4 drivers from Belgium, France, Poland and the Czech Republic, you've got to put it all on the line now. It's now or never for Stelling and Vota. Through turn 1, Delven defends. Into turn number 2, he'll be planning ahead. It's another new fastest lap for Remy Stelling. 1:13.79. Into turn number 4, Delven defends. Stelling's going to get the run. Stelling to the inside. Delven on the inside line. He blocks Stelling, and on the outside, Victor Vota trying to go round the outside. He can't do it. They're 3 wide for second. That could be enough for Delven. It is now Victor Vota into second place. Stelling and Brown have gone. They're fighting over third. It's going to be a head-to-head fight between Delven and Victor Vota. 3 corners to go. 2 corners to go. Delven looks over his shoulder. He's going to have to defend. But Victor Vota is not close enough. Simon Delven wins and is your 2024 Sodi World Series Sprint Cup champion. And look at the respect that each of these 4 drivers are giving each other. Victor Vota comes up just a fraction short. Remy Stelling is kicking himself, but he's got this. He couldn't do anything else. He tried his best, but just came up short. And the 2024 Sodi World Series Sprint title is decided by 0.12 of a second, and 25 drivers started, 25 drivers finished, and not one driving standards penalty was dished out. Let's have a look at the final results. Delven from Vota and Marco Brown. Stelling is 4th. Levente Sabo is 5th. Then it's Benjamin Kivers. Duke Melchior 7th. Diego Perez Lara is 8th. Followed by Taruki Nobe in 9th. Anthony Chavasson in 10th. Carl Hermier and Konstantinos Nousapoulis 11th and 12th. Ilyas Miftakodinov and Jack Williamson 13th and 14th, with Nick Kosanina in 15th. Here is a look at the highlights. Vota Delven had the advantage at the start. At this point, Miftakodinov was actually up in the top 3. He faded a little bit. Marco Brown here in the red and Remy Stelling, they worked wonders together to catch the top 2, and then it was a game of sit and wait. Delven led. Vota got him back. And here, Stelling went for his move. He had to try something. Didn't quite work out. Round the outside goes Kivers. At this point, goes Delven. At this point, Vota was leading. Then Delven went for the move. Stelling tried to follow him through. Couldn't quite do it. They were 3 wide here. This is the time of the race you're looking at now where Delven may have escaped. He tried to escape but couldn't quite keep it ahead of the chasing pack, who slowly but surely reeled him in. And then the race boiled down to local knowledge and racecraft. Those of you watching who think, what can you learn from leisure karting? You learn how to race cleanly. You learn how to be smooth, how to be cool, how to be calm and collected. Delven defends the inside line from Stelling. Stelling gets half a cart length alongside. Delven, though, squeezes him. Stelling falls back into line. Vota tries to go around the outside, and halfway through the button complex, Vota almost pulls off a stunning move. He just falls short there. Now, Brown and Stelling go side by side for third. There's a tiny bit of curbage there from Brown, and the checkered flag is out. And Delven looks to the skies. I can tell you, provisionally, Simon Delven, 227 points, your champion. Victor Vota, 219 points, your runner-up. Marco Brown, with that move on the final lap to take third on the road, finishes third in the standings on the podium. Remy Stelling misses out on a podium by 1 point. Kivers is 5th overall. Perez Lala 6th overall. Sabo 7th. Ilyas Muktadinov 8th. 9th for Anthony Shavasson. And the final place in the top 10 goes to Japan's Teruki Nobe. We will have a short break. The podium will take place in a few minutes' time. Please don't go away. But in the meantime, we'll have a breather. I think I've got a couple of tablets I need to take, or else I'm going to blow a gasket. Keep watching. Thank you on the live chat for absolutely everybody. And well done to the drivers. We'll be back with the podium shortly.
procurer cette sensation? Rien de plus simple avec la caméra casque Cambox. Design ultra discret, adapté à tous les casques. Avec sa vue immersive unique au monde, captez vos émotions de course en toute sécurité. Caméra casque Cambox, the safest immersive memories. capturer cette sensation? Rien de plus simple avec la caméra casque Cambox. Design ultra discret, adapté à tous les casques. Avec sa vue immersive unique au monde, captez vos émotions de course en toute sécurité. Caméra casque Cambox, the safest immersive memories.
about respect, okay? So, racing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Slovakia Ring and the 2023 Saudi World Series International Finals. And it's lights a dream, we're off and racing. Here we go. 3 wide, 4 wide into turn number 1. We are getting set to crown the World Rental Kart Champions. 360 drivers from 50 nations are set to compete at this challenging 1200 metre circuit in equal equipment where driver talent will shine through. Great move! What a pass! The tension is reaching boiling point. It has been a dominant drive. And yellow flags are out. Drivers have to slow down. No overtaking. Red flags on the track. The race is being stopped. The tension is mounting. Here comes the line. Green flags are out again. We're back underway. Support your endurance podium. What a fantastic race.
We are moving to Belgium. Genk.
Envie de capturer cette sensation? Rien de plus simple avec la caméra casque Cambox. Design ultra discret, adapté à tous les casques. Avec sa vue immersive unique au monde, captez vos émotions de course en toute sécurité. Caméra casque Cambox, the safest immersive memories.
Like it's not really good to have somebody. No, I understand.
But we will talk about respect, okay? So, racing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Slovakia Ring and the 2023 Saudi World Series International Finals. And it's lights are green, we're off and racing. Here we go. 3 wide, 4 wide into turn number 1. We are getting set to crown the World Rental Kart Champions. 360 drivers from 50 nations are set to compete at this challenging 1200-metre circuit in equal equipment where driver talent will shine through. Great move! What a pass! The tension is reaching boiling point. It has been a dominant drive. And yellow flags are out. Drivers have to slow down. No overtaking. Red flags on the track. The race is being stopped. The tension is mounting. Here comes the line. Green flags are out again. We're back underway. Support your endurance podium. What a fantastic race.
We are moving to Belgium. Genk.
capturer cette sensation? Rien de plus simple avec la caméra casque Cambox. Design ultra discret, adapté à tous les casques. Avec sa vue immersive unique au monde, captez vos émotions de course en toute sécurité. Caméra casque Cambox, the safest immersive memories.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. The podium ceremony will be getting underway shortly. We need the top 3 drivers for each final, as well as the top 3 drivers in the championship. So the top 3 finishers on track in each final. Kid, Junior, Master, Women, D, Sprint C, Sprint B, and Sprint A. If you finished in the top 3 in your final race on circuit, you need to make your way to the podium immediately in your race suits. You must be in your race suits. We then need the top 3 finishers in the championship in every class: Kid, Junior, Master, Women, and then the top 3 in Sprint. You also need to be by the podium now in your race suit. Podium presentation will begin in exactly 5 minutes' time. You must get to the podium immediately in your race suits. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your attention, please? We are now going to get underway with the podium ceremony for the 2024 Saudi World Series International Final. Firstly, we will do the podiums for each individual final, and then we will do the podiums for the championships themselves. We will call the drivers out in reverse order for the top three. Please be in your race suits. And please, regardless of where you are from, we need to give these drivers as much support and encouragement and applause as possible. So first of all is the kids podium. For the final, the top three separated by just 0.3 of a second, finishing in third position, representing Poland, Max Piatek. Finishing as the runner-up in the final, representing Poland, Lukasz Dzierżyński. But winning the final with a fantastic last lap pass, representing Slovakia, Juraj Mikosz. So, ladies and gentlemen, our Saudi Kart officials present our top three drivers in the final. On track, there is Teo Yaquinta with the special Saudi Kart hat, and we'd ask the drivers to wear their Saudi Kart hats, please. Nice sunglasses, Lukasz. And please, hands in the air for the official photographer in the red. Trophies high, trophies up. That's better. Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time, your final podium in kid. Thank you very much, drivers. Okay, if we can now clear the podium, we will get the next class underway. So, the next class is the junior final, and finishing in third position from the Netherlands, William van Leersum. Taking second place in the final, just 0.08 of a second away from victory, representing Germany, Fabian Kopp. And your final winner in the junior category, Representing Poland, Ziemit Vera. Once again, our top 3 drivers will receive their trophies from Sodi Kart officials and their Sodi Kart caps, which we would ask the drivers to wear for the official photographs. Good hair, Ziemit, good hair. So once again, drivers, please, trophies in the air to the official photographer in the red tabard. Thank you very much, junior drivers. Now, yes, you can have your own baseball caps back now, but please keep the Sodi Kart ones. We now move on to the Masters division, competing here at the Sodi World Finals for the first time for drivers over the age of 40. The final was decided with the top 5 finishers separated by just 0.6 of a second, and finishing in 3rd position, representing France, Mikhail Ubermulin. Mikhail takes his step on the podium, finishing as the runner-up, gaining 10 places in the final and finishing just 0.13 of a second behind the eventual winner. Representing Portugal, Gustavo Zimmermann Martins. But your winner and the inaugural final victor in the Masters category, representing France, Geoffrey Galichet. Our Masters collect their trophies and congratulatory remarks from Sodi Kart, their victory caps. And if we could please look at the official photographer for the photograph. I know you're older, but you can still put your trophies in the air. Thank you very much, your Masters podium. Now we look ahead to the next category, and it is the turn of the women with a fantastic race-long battle for the win. Finishing in 3rd position on the road, but at a massive 10 seconds behind the top 2, representing France, Vanessa Lariou. But in a battle for the ages, 12 hundredths of a second separating our top 2. Finishing 2nd, representing the Netherlands, Debbie Wolfs. But your winner today, becoming a first-time women's champion on home soil, representing Belgium, Louise Brown. And unfortunately, with Debbie Wolfs not available for the podium, Louise Brown collects her winner's trophy and Vanessa Lariu collects her third place trophy and, of course, the victory hats. So if we could please have the trophies in the air for the official photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the women's podium. Thank you very much. Now we look ahead to the sprint categories. Firstly, the D Final D. In Final D, 3 drivers separated by just 18/100ths of a second, finishing in third position, representing Spain, Ian Fernandez. Finishing as the runner-up, representing Australia, Mitch Chimes. But the winner of Final D, representing Slovakia, it's Mikael Willem. Congratulations, drivers. They receive their trophies and their Sodi Kart hats. Mitch, you've got to wear it the right way round, even though you're an Aussie. There we are. Thank you, sir. So, trophies in the air, please, for the official photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, your D final podium. Now we look ahead to the C final, where 0.3 of a second separated the top 3 finishers and 0.5 a second separated the top 6. Finishing in third position, representing Poland, Szymon Dolzicki. Finishing as the runner-up, also representing Poland, Maciej Sobinski. But your C final winner, gaining 12 places, representing France, Laurent Carrière. And Laurent breaking the record, the only driver who did not bring his race suit. Tut, 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 Laurent. It's a 5-second penalty. Off. Ladies and gentlemen, pose the photo, please, drivers. Could we have one more round of applause for your C final podium? Now we move ahead to our B final. And in this race, 17 hundredths of a second covered the top three. Finishing in third position, representing Japan, Hirofumi Yamaguchi. Finishing as the runner-up, gaining 5 positions, representing Italy, Marco Mattioli. Sporting another magnificent race suit, which he was asked to wear to the podium. But your winner, representing France, Alexis Melis. So, as Mr. Mattioli sports the new beachwear range from Sony Kart, Alexis preferring the traditional and requested race suit. Ladies and gentlemen, your B final podium. Thank you. And now we move on to the A final. Finishing in third position, representing the Czech Republic, Marco Brown. Just 12 hundredths of a second behind the eventual winner. Your A final runner-up, representing Poland, Victor Wota. But your winner, representing Belgium, it's Simon Delven. Once again, the drivers receive their trophies and their caps. We will also have the prize-giving ceremony tonight, but we still have the championships to decide. Ladies and gentlemen, your A final sprint podium. Thank you very much. And now we will award the championship trophies for the top 3 in each category, starting with kids. Finishing 3rd place in the World Series International Finals with 171 points, representing Slovakia, it is Juraj Mikoš. Finishing as the championship runner-up with 186 points, representing Bulgaria, it's Viktor Nikolov. But your 2024 Saudi World Series Kids Champion, representing Poland, it's Lukas Jerzicki. The championship awards, which will be once again handed out tonight at the closing ceremony. Please, once again, put your hands together for the kids top 3 in the Saudi World Series 2024 finals. Your champion, Lukas Jerzicki, 3rd place driver, Juraj Mikoš, Viktor Nikolov, sadly not with us this afternoon. There we go. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now we move ahead to junior. Junior top 3, finishing 3rd in the standings with 181 points, representing Germany, it's Fabian Kopp. Finishing on the same points, but losing the tiebreaker based on the finishing position in the last race of the day. As your junior runner-up in 24, representing the Netherlands, it's William van Leersum. But courtesy of his win in the final, taking the 2024 Saudi World Series International Final Trophy in juniors, your champion this year, representing Poland, it's Ziomit Vera. The drivers receive their trophies. We will have one more official photograph, and we will see our junior top 3 at the closing ceremony this evening. Once again, a round of applause for our junior podium outright. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our Masters. Don't forget, this is the first time we have awarded the Masters trophies, and your top three finishing in third position on 172 points, representing France, it's Joel Foray. Finishing as the runner-up on 194 points, it's Mikhail Ubermulin. But your 2024 Saudi World Series International Final Masters champion, representing France, Geoffrey Galichet. Congratulations, the Masters showing the spirit of competition alive and well. Geoffrey and Joel will receive their trophies. And they pose for one more official photograph. Congratulations, our inaugural Masters champion. Next class, our penultimate championship award of the year goes to the women's category. Finishing in third, we got one photo, there we go. Gotta have a photo with the little one. Now we move on to the women. Finishing in third place on 175 points. She takes third place on a tiebreaker by virtue of finishing one position above her nearest rival in the final itself. Representing Spain, it's Sarai Garcia. Fortunately, Sarai is not with us at the moment. Finishing in second position overall with 198 points. Also, don't believe she is here at the moment. Representing the Netherlands, Debbie Wolfs. But your 2024 Women's Saudi World Series champion, representing Belgium, Louise Brown. Oh, Louise was just here. Maybe she didn't get the memo that she had to stay. However, we will see Louise later on in the closing ceremony, which means we have just one more podium to complete. It is for the Sprint Cup. So please, welcome onto the podium your top three in the Sprint Cup, finishing in third position with 209 points, representing the Czech Republic, Marco Brown. Finishing in second position with 219 points, it's Victor Vota. And your 2024 Sodi World Series International Final Sprint Cup champion, representing Belgium, it's Simon Delven. Belgium take the Sprint Cup International Finals Championship with Simon Delven. We will have one more official photograph, but while the drivers enjoy their final moment on the podium, it just leaves me to thank the entire staff here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. The Apex Timing timekeepers, the marshals on circuit, the Sodi Kart staff, the WFR live TV crew, the event organisers, 3MK events, but most of all, you, the competitors, and your families, and you at home, the viewers. This has been a WFR live TV production of the 2024 Sodi World Series International Finals from Genk in Belgium. We will see you next year. Please look out for the naming of the 2025 venue tonight at the closing ceremony. Thank you. Drive home safely.
you